Hibiki Ryuga just hit a 10 stream watch streak. That's impressive dedication.
Good evening, good evening. Wow, you people are being very talkative and I'm trying to set up and I don't know what's going on. Thank you very much. Hang on a minute, I'm not watching my Twitch stream preview. Thank you very much, Russ, for the sub and Hibiki Riga for the gift sub. That is really appreciated. Thank you. Now what am I pressing? I'm pressing buttons over here. That is really appreciated. Thank you. Now what am I pressing? I'm pressing buttons. Right, there is an echo. There's an echo? There shouldn't be an echo. Check 1, 2. Right, there is an echo. There's an echo? There shouldn't be. Is there a stream echo from my voice? Yes. Oh, that is weird. Huh. Okay, let me just switch to the BRB screen so I can poke OBS and I'll see what's going on. Yeah, I'm a bit disorganized tonight, you might be able to tell, and I did change some settings. Let me just change to BRB and see what's going on with... Okay, so one antlion mic is going there. Discord is not on, that's correct. Playing the stream somewhere. Might be that. Let me check. Is it a slow echo, is it? Found it. It was YouTube. Okay, so that will hopefully fix it. Check 1, 2, check 1, 2. Is there an echo? Is there an echo? Maybe I should stop saying everything twice. Okay, seems to have disappeared. Excellent. Yeah, that's what it was. My preview window for the YouTube stream suddenly decided it wanted sound on, and now it hasn't. Okay. Ah, yes, the Cosmic Horror Slaughter. It was very touch and go. Need to talk again. It's only your voice that was being echoed. Yeah, it was actually the sound from the stream, but there's not much other sound going on at the moment, and I didn't have feedback. If I had have actually turned up my headset volume, I would have heard the echo myself. Right. We are finally live. I've been fiddling with settings. There's a new redeem or two there that people have requested. I'm so disorganized I didn't change the thumbnail for YouTube, so YouTube still has the same thumbnail as last week. I'll fix that up later, but for now, people on YouTube might be going, haven't I already seen this episode? I've changed the title, but the thumbnail is wrong.
The dog 1,134,566 wants you to stretch.
Oh, hello, the dog. Welcome,
Go on,
welcome.
do it. Reach your hands in the air like you just don't care.
Probably good to limber up a bit first. Whoa, and jump. That was an in-game jump, not a real jump. Otherwise, I'd hit my head on the roof if I jumped that high. Plus, gravity in real life is a little bit more than it is on Massage to ABB. Okay, the dog, I think I saw a message earlier.
Too
saying
slow,
you're
the dog,
enjoying?
1,134,566, but you came in third. Hibiki Ryuga and Realm of Russ beat you to it.
Those first messages are wrong too. I mean, the dog, you got the right one because it said you came in third. But Russ, you should have got the mess. There was a custom message for coming in second, and I didn't hear that one come through. So I'll fix it later. But yes, congratulations, Vicky Ruger was actually first. Right, as you can see, we are still out at the computer factory. I know I did say I was going to do more factory building today, but I realized the architecture here is not quite up to standard. Russ played a wizard in her latest campaign. Just do not have healing spells. Excellent. But Azuren finally got to use an ability that she's had the entire game, which she has to wait for people to fall unconscious before she can do max heals on. And she finally got to use that because several people got knocked out. Sorry, I'm preempting Azuren. Were you typing that as I was saying it? Right, so we're back in Satisfactory VR. We are in the Titan Forest. We are making all sort of computer products here. See, I've even planned how to extend this for supercomputers and high-speed circuit connectors, even though we haven't unlocked those yet. So I'm actually planned a little bit ahead. So we might get to do some factory building a little bit later, depending on how we go, but I suspect we're going to be doing a lot more architecture today. This wasn't even a standard Cosmic Horror Russ. Our GM boosted the crap out of it because a standard Cosmic Horror has some puny little health pool, like 200 hit points, and this was not. This was massive. So I have done a little bit off stream since last time. Over here with Crystal Oscillators, I've actually put a bit of a door and an entranceway here. And I put a basic walkway around here just so people can walk around the factory. And so this is a very basic walkway, nothing really exciting at the moment. It's just a way to get around off the factory floor. And it loops all the way around everything with the occasional stairs down, so if you need to get down here, you can. So pretty simple stuff. I'm not getting too fancy here, and I'm not doing tiers of stairs up to the top yet. Azuren's character, who's called Dine, is not very stealthy. So, part of what I'd started to do here is we did sort of this floor level last time. Right up at the top. I'm going to run out of fuel, aren't I? Let's start pacing. I've started to do the next layer. So we don't need quite as much girth on the bottom, so I've added these slopes in periodically and started to build towers up to cover the height of the second. There is a redeem for that now, Azuren, if you're amused.
Phrasing.
Oh, that's loud. You're welcome, the dog. Satisfactory in VR is very, very fun. Hence me not playing too many other VR games at the moment. So I'm mostly going to just continue pottering around with this extension here, putting these walls on. This could be a little dicey here because I'm actually cutting in deeper and deeper into the factory, and we're getting a little close to actual legitimate infrastructure inside. I'm trying not to collide with anything. But this is also very high up, so nobody's going to see it. Or at least won't see it closely. That's technical. That's on back. Oh, that's diagonal. That's just wrong. Don't nudge diagonally, you buggy game. See, look at that. It's doesn't like me. With hard to learn the controls. It is very hard to build all the controls that Satisfactory needs into some VR controls. This is really annoying me with its nudginess. Okay, let's try going... I need to do ones below it, but I might actually get some of these and do an inverse wall. I should have done that one last, probably. What am I going to grab? Let me grab a slab. See what's on the slab in the lab. Something for me to stand on. Now that looks like the wrong colour. That's better, I think. Bridgerton. We have not had Netflix in a very long time. It is expensive. We have lots of other streaming services. Yeah, there are other sources. Okay, so I can delete that now. And now we need to zip to the roof. So how has everyone's week been? My week has been exhausting. Not from being busy or work or anything like that, just my health has not been the greatest, which has not been helping. Crazy prices. Also, we're not popular in suggesting whether you cancel it right before the final. Okay. Thanks, Russ. It's sort of some ongoing health issues I'm up and down with, so I'm trying to tackle them and sort myself out. I got another GP appointment next week to ask him what's going on again. Hang on, there's a bit there that's not stooped. Well, can I fit in here? Yes, I can. Lock it in place. That didn't lock. Or maybe it did and my controller needs replacing. That's better. I'm not exactly sure what I'm going to put in the middle here. Probably diagonal windows, or I could make more diagonal white bits. I stream Fridays and some Saturdays. So today is Friday evening in this part of the world. So partly due to time, energy, and other commitments, I only stream 2 times a week at the moment. I tend to have a lot of other stuff on during the week. And it's going to take me a while to get to the point where I can retire and do it full time. Oh, come on, it's doing the whole diagonal nudge thing again. Yeah, that is the wrong grey. Maybe I just go walls? Standard? I think standard. Yeah, please don't raise the retirement age. You know, they want to raise the retirement age, but also have AI replace us with all, you know, all our jobs, so... I mean, I can't complain. I have a good job. Pays the bills. Keeps me interested and busy. Although, you know, it would be nice to have a career doing... Not a career, because my career is fairly well established this time, but I would like to do modding and VR development a bit more. Not necessarily full-time, but as a larger portion of my work. But I've got bills to pay at the moment. Oh, that didn't go off all the way. I need a hover pack. That one actually behaved itself. That's nice. I think I did this one a little differently. There's a flat area there that the other ones didn't have. Yeah, the world is not looking particularly great at the moment. But we gotta do what we can. Okay. So I like how... Oh, that one wasn't recessed. That's why it's different. I should have seen that. Say that's too flat. Oh, look, I accidentally left that platform down there. Useful. I can just nudge that straight up. See. And that one's diagonal nudging. Well, I got most of the way there before it stuffed up. Not gonna like me. Maybe I'll rebuild these first and then I'll come back for that one. Yeah, it sucks when your body screws you over and you just can't do the things you used to be able to do. Not that I've quite got to that point, but it's certainly getting harder and harder. And apparently your body gets worse as you get older. Who knew? Okay, that's better. Okay, so we can delete that. That was just a platform to stand on. This might be better if I bring this up a bit higher and put it here. Kind of like the double thickness though, as an extra support. I might leave that in there. Easy enough to remove it later. Oops, too far. D&D this weekend? No, not this week. We do it every fortnight, and we did it last weekend, so... Still young, you're good. Excellent, the dog. Make the most of it while you can. And listen to us old farts grumbling. I mean, I could make this entirely white across. But I kind of like the idea of having diagonal windows here as kind of a skylight. Possibly will look terrible on the inside there. I think here it looks good. Although I'm wondering if I should move it further back. Because if I do it like that, then I can go straight from there, grab myself some hexagon windows, and zip straight up from there. Fortnightly games are great. They are, especially if we can stick to the fortnight. So, I am available for golf on Saturday or Sunday, if that's a thing. Let me see and set this as much as that. But you probably got D&D this weekend. See how that looks underneath fringe. realised I trapped myself and I can't get inside to see what this looks like on the inside. That's okay, I'm going to leave that as is. I like that for that bit. It's just these side bits where it meets the diagonal. It looks a bit weird. You just might need a beam inside to cover up the join. Okay, I did do that bit, so I've got a big bit along here as well. You guys got a game Saturday morning? Oh, okay. It'll be well over before golf. Wow, you must be get up early then. Not going to get that from that angle. Probably needed another white beam in the middle here, but I think there was a big tree below. Yeah, there's a tree. No, we're not doing anything with that one apparently. Maybe it's the tree out the back we're going to do something. So we can have a number of white poles in the middle here for extra support. It might overlap this blueprint though. I mean, that's where it is on the other side, which is lined up with this one. Yeah, the window's actually going to cut through that pillar. That's not so good. Might have to make it a bit tighter on this side. Actually, that might still work. This comes at 8 AM your time and starts at 7 AM. Right. That's still, you know, got to be up and conscious, ready for roleplay by 8 AM and 7 AM. Yeah, see, that's going to stick out too far there. We can do a half one like that though, which is a bit sneaky. Okay, for any time of year though? Yeah, okay, it'll be 2 hours. Ooh. I know, you're going to get up at like 6 AM? 5 AM? Here we can do a half here. It's still going to intersect the pillar. Is it going to intersect the machine? Yes, okay. I mean, we could move this pillar over here to between the machines. I don't know what's going on the other side where I put it there though. But having this bit here sort of between the two blueprints would be better. If you grapes, I'll run games starting at 5 AM for your group is awesome. That's awesome. Party UK and Norway based, so I need to start early Oz time or we not get to play. If you've got no Americans though, could you do it your evening time, which is sort of midday for Europe? Afternoon for Europe? It might go too late in the evening for you, I guess. I think I do need it kind of halfway here. So oops, I just built 2 of them. Time zone is Norway. Yeah, see, that'll miss all the machines and splitters here, so this is a better point to put that crossover at. I think I put that one there because of the tree overhang. But that's okay, because basically this one here, this blueprint, I can put another one on top, but I probably wouldn't go too much higher than that because I'm going to hit the canopy, whereas these two, these are clear of the tree canopy, so these I can build up to the stratosphere if I want to, or need to later on. Now in front of the UK. Okay. Okay, it's not nudged back. Ooh. Because that's a half, and I did this as a half. Because I had to do that as a half. Yeah, I can actually do this a bit further up, I think. Yeah, that's going to run into that even if it's a half. That's better. I mean, this is really high up and no one will probably ever look at this, but I'm still trying to get it to align and fit everything in. Once again, I haven't really left myself enough space to do what I'm trying to do. You're going to go? No problem, the dog. Thanks for coming along. Why is the Australia weather so weird? Well, it's a different continent to the rest of the world. The Northern Hemisphere for a start. So everything is sort of reversed, or at least offset. Yes, it is summer here. Now let's keep working around, because I can always come back later and do some more detail later. Because I still want to do detailing on the train station as well. That was the other thing that I wanted to finish sort of before I moved on to the next factory, because the train station is still a bit bleh as far as features go. $36 today, the thunder tonight. Yep. We actually had a thunderstorm. Was it yesterday? Like hot day, hot day, hot day, hot day. Thunderstorm rain. Now we're back to hot days. It was a bit odd and a bit random. Which state did you say you were in, the dog? Can't remember if you did say. The whole world's kind of having weirder weather all the time thanks to global warming, but it certainly does get a bit spicy here. Foods, I'm from Southeast Vic, and we had a massive storm today. Ah, right, okay. Victoria's South Australia. Oh, okay, cool. It's okay. You're not quite as in the future as some of the other people. Okay. Oops. No, don't nudge. Okay. You could dig a bit of a trench to stop the random flooding. Wow. You had quite a downpour, did you? I mean, I could just have windows along here, but we've kind of got this big support here, and it's not a very big area, so I guess I can put corner windows in those patches. I don't think we're due any more rain quite yet. Although I tend to not pay a huge amount of attention to the weather. Come on, I'm trying to... Oh, I haven't actually built. There we go. Needs more rain, my lawn needs more regrowth. Yeah, more rain would be good. Okay. Right. Why did I put the pillars there when the lower pillar is there? That one I would have put because it's between the blueprints and not overlapping machines. Also, it's further back. Perhaps. Maybe I just space them evenly. But there's more space over this side, so this won't clash with this blueprint. Look, that's plenty of clearance. So that one could move across to line up with the pillar at the bottom. I think this needs to be lined up here. Okay. Probably line that up due to the other side based on the tree. Perhaps. But I'll deal with this lower level first with the windows.
xbig_boax has submitted a request for you to hydrate.
xbigboax. Okay, I can have a drink. Just give me a sec. I've got a bit of coffee left. Does that count as hydration? Coffee. Cheers. Cold coffee. We've got an aurora out tonight. In-game.
Hurry the Australian, we sinking, we need this planet.
The Australian is sinking. We do need to save the planet. Look at that sky. That looks really pretty. With the space elevator towering overhead. Nothing's gonna jump me this high, Russ, but I did flinch a little bit. Well, I'm peacefully looking at the stars. How rude. Oh, that's a point. There is going to be a coffee stain video tonight that announces when 1.2 will get released. I forgot about that. Probably happened while I'm streaming. So you'll all know before I do. Unless I sneak a peek during dinner. I might try a beam across the top to get that window edge there, or I could put a beam along here and raise these all slightly, but that would be Italy. You gonna go? No problem, the dog. Thanks for coming along. Wonder when the next walkabout course is coming out too? I mean, the last walkabout course wasn't that long ago. That was the coconut one, wasn't it? haven't actually played golf since we last played a few weeks ago, so... Okay. I'm running out of spaces to be able to get inside. Suppose I can go over the top. I haven't slapped the roof on yet. Years every 2 months or at the end of the second month. Oh, okay. I think they have said they were slowing it down to 5 a year, though. Basically, they had some staff cuts, and one of the effects was slightly less often releases. That said, they still had courses for the next year already planned out, so they're certainly on top of everything. But they did say it'll be a little slower cadence. Normally we get a bit of a teaser first. Went from 7 to 6? Maybe you're right. Maybe it was from 7 to 6. Actually, that might make more sense, because 2 months is a nice, trackable rate, isn't it? Okay, so now that I've moved that there... I need to at least move it over. Well, I mean, the problem is there, it's centered to the tree. And that's on the edge there. We've already done the wall there. So I've actually finished all these vertical walls here. I'll leave it there. If it bugs me later, it's easy enough to move. It's just a wall. Okay, so that's on the half and that's on the half, so I don't need to do any overlap.
Incoming propaganda
that's a half
broadcast
one.
detected.
Oh.
Please seek shelter.
I mean, I can probably do a diagonal there. And I think diagonal would probably fit given the number of other events. Spoods, have I played Smite before? I have not played Smite. That's the MOBA style, is it third person game? Hero game? Yes, correct. Yeah, I'm aware of it, but I haven't played it, no. Not too big on competitive style games. Oh, I can't really easily do a diagonal there because those are half parts. Unless I can fudge it with pillars. The problem with doing pillars is I can get a pillar white, but I can't get a pillar shiny, I don't think. But we are so high up, would anyone be able to tell the difference, I wonder? Diagonal this way, please. Thank you. Pythagoras' theorem, where is this going to be? I mean, that looks like a good angle. Let's just go with that angle. Okay, how white and shiny can we make this? I mean, that's actually not bad. I think I picked the gloss paint. It's not as shiny as the plastic lacquered cement. But it's not bad. I'm totally going to crater if I don't hurry and build this quickly. A little bit of Z fighting there. I've asked something similar before, but this is a little different. Would you be able to give an overview of how your mod works? I meant to get a div kit for a game I like, and I'm wondering if I could use AI to code VR compatibility. AI could give you hints and tips, but it couldn't do the work for you. There's a lot of nuance and tricky bits that AI would stumble over. I mean, my background is in software development, so I'm very familiar with how to do software development. Even if I was learning a new tool set. So I did actually ask AI for help in what I was doing. I was asking it coding questions and asking about Unreal stuff and things like that. So it did give some help, but it didn't write any code for me. Which way am I nudging this? That way. Is that too thick? Actually, it's not too bad. I've got thin here, so maybe I should make it thinner. Yeah, actually I will. Vibe coding horror stories, yeah. The trick... There's two parts to getting a VR mod working. One of them is getting the actual game in VR, and then one is actually doing all the other stuff, like I've got all these custom controls and custom interfaces and all that kind of stuff. So I was lucky in that I was using UEVR. So if your game is Unreal, it does give you a head start in that you can use UEVR to get into VR mode. I think it must have been software. Yep. It is UE5. Okay, so UEVR will get you into VR mode at least. Ah, it broke compatibility.
Look lively. It's time to do those stretches and
I completely
hydrate.
forgot about the ad break. Okay, I'm going to take a 3-minute break. I'll be back and I'll tell you a bit more about UEVR and the steps you need to add to that after that. Actually, you're on YouTube. I'll just tell you because the Twitch people are on ad breaks, although they might be interested. Most of my work has been in the game engine, doing a game mod in the game engine. So
Realm of Risk wants you to stretch. Go on,
want me to take a
do
break,
it.
do you?
Reach your hands in the air like you just don't care.
Fine, I'll stretch. So most of what I've done is based on the Satisfactory modding tools. And so depending on what game you are looking to mod, there may be modding tools already just for normal game mods. If not, there are some Unreal Engine modding libraries. I think UE4SS is one. So that it allows you to mod other games. Yes, I should stretch. I am stretching while talking. So I think it's UE4SS is a general purpose Unreal Engine modding toolkit. I haven't used it myself yet, although I really should look into it because I'm interested in modding some other Unreal Engine games. And that should let you be able to do widgets and 3D models and things like that. But if the game is not working in UEVR already, then there might be some settings you can adjust in UEVR. Depends what the problem is and why it's not working. I can send a user CurseForge and has expansive in-game art system. Ah, yes. Were you the person who was asking about Arc earlier, many, many months ago? If they've upgraded their engine, you might need to turn on certain flags in UEVR or in the Unreal edit and files in order to enable it. So I can't remember that off the top of my head. I have a terrible memory and those are details. But someone really should write up a guide for UEVR tips on hacking and settings. Because I asked in one thing and someone said, try all these settings. And someone else said, try all these settings. And I said, where is this documented? And they went, here it is. We're just telling you these things. So it wasn't very helpful because Satisfactory 1.2 on the experimental branch, the engine upgrade actually breaks UEVR. But I did ask around and there were some UEVR settings and one of them was, it's a game setting and it was to do with shaders. So basically the shaders had broken everything. So I had to turn off material shaders or something like that, and then it was working. So it may be possible for UEVR to still work if you know the right console commands to turn on or off the feature that's making it broken. So for Satisfactory 1.2 with the engine upgrade, the problem is the native render mode was all skewy and squiffy, and there's a native fix in UEVR, except when I pressed that, one eye wouldn't work. So one eye worked and the other eye was black, which that's unplayable. And then I had to figure out there was a shader console command I had to put in that basically turned off certain shaders so that the dual eye rendering was working. You lost control inputs. Right eye is blurred, yes, from in-game fog. So fog, you can just turn off fog. I think it's just r.fog_0 or something like that. I think there's a basic command for turning off fog. So yeah, there will be engine commands for turning off certain graphical settings. So if there's a particular graphical setting that's clashing, then you can do that. If you have modding tools, you might be able to use the modding tools to delete or override the shader completely if you can identify which shader it is. But that's not my field of expertise. I have not figured that out yet. I'm just putting in random console commands and it says, hey, this one works. So yeah, it is a bit hit and miss. But have you messaged me on Discord before? Because I can tell you what commands I got working with Satisfactory 1.2, which is UE 5.6.1, so they upgraded the engine. And I can share with you what worked with me there, and I can give you a few other things to try of the dev kits to build mods in. Yes, so if there's a modding community, you might also be able to say, ask someone and say, hey, the fog's not working for me, how do I turn it off? And if they've got a good modding community with support, they might be able to say, put this in your engine.ini file or use this console command or something like that. Because, let me see if I can do it here. I'm just looking at my keyboard. Can I pull up the console? Yes, I can. .fog. Yes, so the console command here is good because as you type, it'll do auto completion here. Hang on, it says 0 disabled. That says it's already disabled. I can see fog in the distance though. Oh, no. See, I can now see the complete swamp over there because I just turned off fog. That is a little freaky, and I've still got the console open. And where's my keyboard gone? That is... Some people like playing with fog off. I like it on because it's a bit of mystery if you can't see the swamp in the distance. Like, that is the entire swamp I can see over there. Let me see if I can turn it back on now. There we go. Nice, peaceful. All the stingers in the swamp are hidden over there. I can't see them anymore. So it might just be a case of you can turn fog off, and that might at least fix it to make UEVR work a bit better. Because like fog, volumetric cloud, and fog 0, but the ice support still fails. Okay, if it's something else, it's most likely a shader, I suspect. But there's I think it's like a material post-process. Actually, I wonder if I can put it on the keyboard. Dot material data. Actually, I'm still in the old version here, so it might not actually have the setting. But I can send you through what the particular one I have is. And if you know the game engine, that will tell you what version, it'll help tell you what console commands are and aren't available for that. I assume the ad break is finished. So yes, let's continue with the build here. That's right, I was doing diagonal stuff. Experimenting with white posts. I think that actually looks okay, and especially since you're going to be way down on the ground, you're not going to see it otherwise. So that was lined up with here. So let's delete these. No problem. Hope you can figure it out and get it working. Come on, diagonal over here. 18. About to fall off this thing. 20 meters. So now we can snap the pillar on the edge here and nudge it down 2 and forward by 4, and we'll get a perfect edge along here, and then we can just zoop it down to there. And for the other ones, we can snap to the end, and then we can nudge it down 3. If you go 4, you'll end up with a seam. So I've done it by 3, and because I've moved, the nudge directions are all wrong, but that's about where that is. And I think it was just the 2 in the end. I deleted the 3rd. Yes, it was just the 2. I did finish the expedition, Russ, yes. I did like most of it on stream. And the rest only took me half an hour, but doing it on stream it would have been really painful because I was super tired at the time. So yeah, it was like, what did I have left? I had to upload my discoveries, which I'd completely missed the milestone for. That was easy. And I needed to scan one more creature. And there was something else. I think that was it. It ended up being pretty easy. Yeah, it was just the last couple of things I wasn't sure how to do, and I was super tired at the time on stream. It was both relaxing but also a bit of a stressful expedition, because there was lots of very careful driving, and I was probably being overly cautious in my driving. Okay. So I might actually use that white beam there to run along the bottom of the windows here. Got somewhere I can sit here. So because that's... maybe I should drop that a meter. I'm falling! Not very stable coordinates to stand on here. That's better. What am I hitting my head on? That was there, so if I do that, that's better. This bit means this on the other side to have an extra box there. could use a smaller pillar there. Doesn't need to be the big fat one, but I guess this high up, having a bit of extra support is probably a good thing. Oh, can't get inside. I have no idea where this is building to. No, I don't want to go that far out. Okay, I think I'm almost done with this building, although I probably should slap a roof on it. Not that you're going to see the roof, unless you shoot yourself out of a cannon. Which is a popular pastime in Satisfactory. So did you finish the expedition, Russ? Maybe I should put a door up here so I can get in from up high. Probably maybe get it done, right? It was a different expedition, that's for sure. I quite enjoyed it. I enjoyed it was different. It sort of kept you on one planet, on one spot, with no ship flying anywhere. So it was, in that respect, it was quite refreshing. Oh, that's going to be too far. That's going to stick out the top. Still salty about no building. Oh, right, yes, ratchet strap. Well, it'd be too easy if everything was actually strapped down. The point of the challenge was to force you to drive a bit more carefully. I got nothing to stand on here. Foods, cheers for all that, mate. No problem. Have a good night. Thanks very much for dropping in. Justice Guy, good evening. How are you going? Welcome, welcome. Right, okay, we didn't fully... It's my... kind of eyeballing some of this. Now, what are we going to do with this side? Best. What I can do there is I could get a beam and do a diagonal up to that point. Put that on there, nudge up twice, forward 4 times, and then snap on the other side here, up twice, back 4 times, and you got yourself a perfect diagonal corner with a little Z fighting. Not too noticeable with these pillars though. Lego again, how's it going? Being this high up in VR is already giving more nausea. See some crazy glitches where the movement of the load, this is we're talking No Man's Sky here, forces the exocraft to launch forward, potentially into space, potentially Russ. I didn't have any problems like that in the stream. Every time I dumped my load, it was due to my own behavior. But yes, Legoland, I used to get vertigo, bad vertigo, in real life.
Phrasing. Boom.
Thank you. And VR trained me out of that vertigo, or at least I no longer get vertigo in VR. Occasionally I get it. But on the whole, I am confident in my tools. As far as navigating and flight, that doesn't say, like, I have been very high up before and my jetpack has run out of fuel and I have cratered spectacularly, and there was definitely a lurching feeling as I plummeted to my inevitable doom. Although usually it's a plummet and do I have enough health to just break my legs badly, or am I actually going to be a smear on the ground, or is there a stinger nearby that's going to finish me off? No, I have no fuel in look, in real life, even if I did have a biofuel jetpack, I would not be doing this. I still do get vertigo in real life a bit. It's improved a lot, but yeah, it's definitely a thing and a risk. And like, I am a big paranoid scaredy pants in real life. 10 missed calls of Moshe, yep. Now, I haven't done any steel beams at the top, and I'm not going to bother. Not tonight. I think we've done enough here tonight. Maybe I'll come back later and slap a roof on this. But I am at least happy that this building has walls. And a bit of rain might clean these crystal oscillators and get them fresh. Actually, we're good because there is no rain in the game, but they are adding rain in 1.2. So this should be quite an imposing building from a distance. And when we need more crystal oscillators, we're going to build straight up into the sky. So the third one is a bit restricted from the tree there, but these first 2 columns of blueprints, we can just manifold them to infinity and beyond. So those photos of workers in the 60s getting lunch on a beam, yeah, like, that gives me vertigo just looking at that photo. Just my stomach lurches and it's like, oh, how could they? Okay, so finished with that building. Still want to do something in here, but it's not urgent because the roof is still intact. I do want to do sort of a walkway between the train station and the storage area here. So what do we got up here? Can we snap to it? kind of a shame that this is there. If this is narrower, we could have a walkway that cuts across to the other station. We might need to go under. It's this way when we can build a 10-ton concrete beam on the other side of the room just by pressing a button IRL. Feel that the vertical problem would also been solved? I would hope so. Hopefully I wouldn't have to respawn or anything like that. Hopefully I would have at least a very reliable parachute. Well, that was easy. Done. I mean, it's not the most interesting walkway into the train. And come here and I'll hop into the train. Do I want to make this stick out more? So I can put a walkway along the front. Certainly try it out and see how it looks. This height is going to be an issue. Could replace it with a half. Kind of should have this a little bit forward, so we need this around like this, but we need to nudge it back a meter so that that lines up with the edge there. This will need to be a corner bit. And because this rail is here, actually let's get rid of that beam. If we want to cross to the other one, we'll have to go under here. So I mean, it could go straight across and just remove that red beam. Nope. That's going to make my nice curve on that side. Maybe we just put the corner here. Did I not have a curve on the other side, or did I delete it from the other side and just didn't realize I deleted the curve? Probably deleted a curve from here too, didn't I? Yeah, okay. Maybe I should have saved it before doing this. I'm copying the curve. I mean, that one's actually okay because I can run this along here. How do I do this? Half. It's not wanting to go half the way around the way I want it to. There's a pattern and I can't get the right pattern on the right side. Nope. Of course there's a gap. Don't like it. I don't like it. How high was that? Okay, that did slot under there, so... Yes, I am just rebuilding everything I tore down. Here's the train. Ah! Oh. Oh. Alright, pop that up with random bits. Can you tell? If you look closely. How hard would it be? Very hard. Okay, there's too much ground there. I was thinking of having like a tunnel underneath where people could walk through, like a subway walkway to get to the platforms. But I think that's all a bit painful. Now, let's play What the Heck Did I Line This Up With? That will come down to this point here. No, wrong way. So good old beams. Do we want it to go straight? Okay, that actually was completely not straight, even though it serves me right for eyeballing it. Let's try eyeballing it better. Well, I'm flying around like a drunk. I'm not expecting this to be perfectly perpendicular. Probably do the sleep thing. No problems, Russ. Sleep is probably good. Did you have D&D tomorrow, Russ? If so, that's probably worth getting some sleep for. How did I... Okay, let's just go with that and see how it looks. 8 AM, ooh, okay. Yep. Better get some sleep then. Hope your campaign goes well. I just went diagonal. Okay, that's good. The way it's actually... This is fairly far forward on the pylon, so I probably actually want it here. Thanks as always for your support, Russ, and thank you very much for your subscription ongoing. It's most appreciated. Fine, you get up on this platform, the rest you can jump. Now the train platform is actually hanging off the edge here a little bit. Yes, the easiest thing to do would be to have one of these along here and just have it nudged out a little bit. That way the edge of the train platform actually looks like a bit of a feature. How did that line up down? Oh, because it's lined up with the pillar. Okay. Let's upgrade these pillars. Oh, that's interesting. Painting those turns them white, but painting those turns them not white, which means that particular part is not getting the right default color. Not that I actually want these to be white, because that is going to be too sterile. I need to change it now. If I changed it now, then I wouldn't have to do anything else later. Carbon steel? Or black? Wow, the carbon steel and the black are actually pretty close for this particular texture. Do I want black along here? I guess they're going to find out. And by black I mean carbon steel. I need to start using those inverted curve foundations. They do look good. I'm not sure if they suit this particular build, though. I've been thinking of replacing them. But yeah, I've been trying to use them more because they do look really cool. What was that? Oops, I should be careful when I'm spraying this stuff around. If I accidentally hit some of my other foundations, it's going to colour everything incorrectly. Ah! That got me, that one. I'll pay that. Whoa, that was a shiver. Sort of moody nighttime hidden under here. Legoland, you've got the best jump scare for the night so far. I can still feel that shiver. Oh, the bean grunting, yeah, probably is a bean grunting. Or there's the sneezy guys around here. It could be one of those. And they like playing dangerously on the train tracks as well, those guys. Good weird stuff got you on edge. Yep. It was very good timing. Okay, now this is black and shiny. Normally I would put asphalt down on the bottom of a train station like this. I don't dislike the black and shiny. So this train on this side is bringing in rubber, lots and lots of rubber for use for the crystal oscillators. Actually, we've got this one is also bringing it in, but I might stop this one and only use the one cart. Because theoretically I should only need one cart supply. It's just I ran a bit low for a while there, so I brought in the second cart. So yeah, the back three here are kind of unused at the moment. This side is sort of the outgoing products. So we have computers in the first car, circuit boards in the second, crystal oscillators in the third. Nothing in the fourth yet. Black and shiny train. We don't want it too black, otherwise we won't be able to see anything. I mean, the rest of it is stark white at the moment. Now, I was going to do some contrast up here, similar to the other factories. So on the computer factory, we did beams with also some decals, whereas over there we had the steel beams. I might try the steel beams on the train station again, just so that there's not two patterns that are the same right next to each other. High-speed connectors and supercomputers I will build through this area here, so I've kind of already planned that out. That's in the next phase, though. I haven't unlocked those yet, so Longer term, yes, we will be building those here. That will need bringing plastic in from the plastics factory. So some of those stations there will be used to deliver plastic in. Because currently the one train does rubber and nothing but rubber. But I'm going to change it around so it can do a mix of rubber and plastic. Because I do not need 4 full carriages of rubber for anything. The steel beams almost cut the white down too much, but I'm probably also a little biased given the fact that it's nighttime currently. Just making everything a bit dark. That's a wider one. Normally I'd run these straight to the ground, but the fact that we've got these big black pillars for support here means I don't want to have too much stuff on the ground, so I think I might end those there.
Incoming propaganda broadcast
detected. It makes sense to have the same train station with mixed plastic and rubber and sort them out at the station. No. You can't. The problem with if you mix cars, then you have to empty everything from the car and sink the remainder. So as it is currently, I don't sink the incoming rubber. So if this container is chock full, then the train will only deliver and top up the rubber. But if you have mixed plastic and rubber without sinking, eventually one of them will outpace the other one and you'll be left with just rubber or just plastic. So you can mix cars, but only if the destination is going to sink any excess. Otherwise, you will end up with one of the products jamming it up. Too bad the global illumination isn't very practical with VR because it does look very good. Just this guy, I'm wondering if the engine update might make global illumination more hardware-driven possible. So it is. I haven't played with it much because currently the mod is very broken in the new engine. So it's probably not something I'm going to experiment for quite a while. But I am hoping that global illumination works better under the new engine. And then maybe we can turn it on in VR. That said, I've kind of made this whole playthrough about being cautious about performance issues. That's why I haven't gone ballistic with signs or anything like that. So even if I had global illumination, I'd probably use it pretty sparingly, if at all. Actually, the best way to get this lined up with the top is to put the top on first. If trains collecting from a station using filters, you can end up with source station clogged with less used product. Yes, yeah. So I do sometimes mix trains, but only if it's smaller quantities going somewhere that is going to be completely flushed out at the end. Like currently the train that takes all my starter products to the mall, that does mix things in carriages, but it is solely dumping it in the mall and any excess gets blended. Gotta mix train cars only for stuff bound for space elevator. Yep. As long as at the other end, excess gets put in some kind of awesome sink. So for high throughput things like plastic and rubber, I don't do it. And for expensive things like computers, I don't do it because you don't really want to sink excess computers if you need to deliver them to multiple different factories. Not that we've got to that point in the game yet. Diagonal mode should be enough. Freeform's probably best. So I use a painted beam, or any beam will do actually, and you connect the beam from edge to edge. And even if it doesn't reach, as long as you aim for that corner point there, it will be perfectly lined up with it. So if I continue this beam for anywhere here and line it up to the center point, that will be perfectly in line. Then you can grab one of these, stick it on the end, nudge it down twice and across 4 times, and you have a perfect seam. Do the same from the other end, snap it on the end, down 2, up 4. And you have a perfect metal pillar feature. As long as you nudge it in the right direction. Oh, this is not letting me nudge in the right direction. Fine. Well, you can always do it from there. Is that going to fit exactly? Not quite. Okay. So close. And then you can delete the one off the end. And in the dark ages before Nudge, it was doable, but a lot harder. Involved a lot more pillars and beams.
Look lively. It's time to do those stretches and hydrate.
Missed the ad break. Okay, I'm going to land on this train track and I'm going to take a short break for a drink. I will be back shortly. Okay, I'm back. Wish I could line up belts, pipes, and train rails like that. There are ways. I'm not quite sure what you mean. You use beams to aim straight belts, but not curves. So most of this railway was built with a technique that basically used beams, but it's still a very curved dynamic railway. And it uses a tangent system. I don't know if you were watching back when I was building the rail and how I did that. Is that kind of what you're referring to? Belts are just annoying that you can't have them go up diagonally because every single connector for the belt has to be on a level ground. It can't be at an angle, which is most annoying. It's really hard to get a belt to be angled at a long range. Okay, this one's not letting me nudge the right direction, so we will zoop. Get the height right first would be good. Okay. Okay, so that's a bit more texture on the roof now. That's looking good. Future Proof, how's it going? You mostly looking over lunch? No problems, no problems. Because that was exactly aligned, zooping all the way to the edge will give us the equivalent connecting point over on this side. Well, doing all right. Well, so much prettier than Dippy's. Dippy goes more for scale than pretty, I think. Not that there's anything wrong with that. Ah, I remember. We had a couple of extra meter padding here, but we didn't here because this was going to clip. Actually, we didn't have that entirely. I don't even have just the diagonal on that side, so it's equal. Does mean that this is not going to be lined up with this. It's going to be over here somewhere. Okay. Did I have these sticking out as far on the other side, or was it only 1 meter? Okay, it was 2 meters. It's the same. Okay. Yeah, looking at the factory over there, we definitely need to build that up taller, because currently the bottom bit, which is the fatter bit, is taller. But don't worry, when we need more crystal oscillators, that factory will get a lot taller at the top. Okay, so that's a bit more detail in the train station. That's looking a bit better. It's not quite so stark white now. Oi! Oi! Rude! Bloody snipers! Wow, he has not really paid me much attention for the rest of the game. That's right, I was experimenting with these pillars on the inside to cover up this, like I have on the outside there. You gonna keep shooting at me? We got a problem here? Might have to go over there and show him who's boss. Problem is if I do it over this one, it covers the entry points there, which I guess I could stick holes on. Or I could just nudge it. I mean, I still need to put holes on it there. If I nudge it 2 meters, it would be there. Let's try it with the holes, see how it looks. Wow, black, that's not great for visibility. So that's how it would be with holes. I'm not too worried about that clipping. The other thing we could do is we could use little poles like these. And paint them white. a shiny white colour here. That's not bad because it leaves those open, but it still has a concrete finish. How's it look from the other side? What sort of clipping? Okay, it's half clipped in there. And the half clipping actually looks really good. I quite like how that is embedded in the concrete like that. Better than this, actually. Oh, fell down. Well, drunken flying. That way you can see, oh, that's actually a meter forward compared to that. This is further back. Interesting. Drunken flying, you had alcohol in the... I did not have alcohol. It's probably fatigue. Oh, just not very coordinated. Oops, that's not right either. Oh, it's going to be a pain to delete in amongst there. Or I can just do it from that side. The beasts have not been fed, because I started streaming before the beasts' dinner time. Okay, so you still get your white here, and the fact that it's using the beams and they're not overlapping actually gives it a bit of texture as well, which is, it's rather than just all completely shiny. So I think I might actually go with this. Because that way you can leave a bit out for the conveyor holes. Now, while I could zoop that half a dozen times, I reckon I'm just going to slap it on a blueprint. Because also putting it on a blueprint makes it easier to delete. So that is 5 tall and 4 across. That's easy. Here's the question. If we're making a blueprint, do we want to add any other detail? It's the other advantage of blueprints. I mean, it is still very white. I mean, we could just put... I mean, there's a big metal pillar, but that probably would not look great. Actually, that might look pretty good.
Futureproof 4 just resubscribed to the channel. Thanks for your continued support, Futureproof 4.
2 months already. Thank you, Futureproof. Thank you for the resubscribe. I really appreciate the support. Yeah, see, that covers it up on the inside now. Gives it a bit of texture on the outside, but it's too fat on the inside. The other way we could do it is we could use the small metal pillars.
Futureproof 4 just gifted 6 Tier 1 subscriptions.
Whoa!
What a legend.
Holy moly, Futureproof 4, thank you very much. That's amazing. No, I meant my sub goal. My sub goal I've had for like a year and a half. Thank you so much for your generosity. Just this guy after Phasma, Zikan 13, Mort 60, Hibiki Ruger, and Dale Alex Bale got gift subs. Nice. Thank you very much. Okay, so that means you get all the bean and the stinger emotes if you want to use them. I need to add some more. So that's how I could get a similar of effect as having the steel beam, just by having 3 metal beams. And that won't come through this side because it's not overlapping out this side. The seams are bugging me a little bit. Was it better with one big seam though? That's the question. It's gonna be really hard to highlight it now, isn't it? Oh, yes. Just to delete. Yeah, I don't like the big seam. I like how this meets this extended part here, though. That's cool. How else can I deal with that seam in an interesting way? A cable? Is that really all the beam styles? I swear there's that extra style on the home page. I could do a beam 1045. That's with a cable. I haven't really used cables for that sort of styling anywhere else though. I have used black beams. So instead of that, I could use a black beam. Is it starting to look too much like a parfait though? I'm not sure. Thanks, looking forward to when I can request compression socks. Ah, chat with your legs. Right. What do you think, chat? Black beam, cables, gap, or extra pillar? I mean, this is a place where I could add some signs, so we could go... where is it? Build menu. Signs. We could do like a 4-meter sign. That's probably not flush, is it? Actually, it is flush on beams, that's right. Oh, I'm gonna create, ah! I wasn't too scared. No, not that one. So that's the other thing we could do, is we had a couple of signs like that. Bit of colour, and that would look good at night because it'll sort of stand out and pop a bit more. Yes, there is a train there. Delivering more rubber. So hopefully the rubber... No, actually this is taking out the supplies. This is taking out another 356 computers, 277 circuit boards, and 56 crystal oscillators. It's interesting that the computers and circuit boards are different numbers because they should both be producing the same output per minute. And so I would expect those two to actually be the same, but they're out by a bit, which is very confusing. So maybe I'm not quite got it 100% efficient. I'm going to go with this design, and because of the blueprint, if it sucks, we can just make a different blueprint and then overwrite it and basically delete the blueprints and then rebuild them all. Now this goes up higher on the outside by 1. Yes. The fact that it's flickering at the top, I could nudge this down a ½ meter. I don't think anyone would notice. Oh, did it move? Okay, right, in the right place. You like the vertical signs? Cool. Yeah, these would look really good with lumen on. They would make the whole wall glow. But alas, frame rate. Oh, these are out by ½ meter because I did the beam from there down rather than the up. Not that it makes any difference, but I'm going to redo it. Oh, I can't. Because otherwise it's going to extend beyond the top and then I'll have to nudge it. Okay. Back to the original plan, whereas from here, this is ½ meter offset. But I can snap it to the ground, so it will actually be the length 23.5 meters. It just means when I'm putting these on, I need to where is the... Okay, it's there. No, it was up here. I think that's the spacing I did. Yes. Okay, I do not think I have any blueprints to do with station stuff yet. So architecture, features, I need to make this feature category kind of broken into subcategories because it is a feature. And yeah, put it there. It is a station pillar. I wish you could layer icons. Because if you could layer icons, you could put like a pillar icon and then a sign icon on top of it. Or, you know, actually have a screenshot of the feature. Okay. So we should be able to delete that. And ooh, how's that going to interact with the corner there? Maybe we just do the middle ones first. That's a very good question. I don't know. I thought I did. Well, then the answer is no. The pantry shelf, that makes sense. No. Sorry, just talking to the voices in my head. You know, it is sticking out the top a little bit, but that's actually, I don't mind that. That's okay. Just wiped out a power connector? No, the power connector is in there. That's okay. I might leave that plain because that's inside the building there. Although I seem to have an extra foundation sticking out here. Okay. Now the middle one, I don't think I'll put any decoration on this. I think I'll just keep that. I mean, I could, but it'd have to be double, no, not double-sided. I'll whack one down and see how it looks. Okay, delete, blueprint, copy. Okay, I did have a forward? No, that is right. Yeah, that's lined up. Actually, that might work really well. Partly this grey brings it out in line with this, but if we did have global illumination on, these signs here will actually give light to this center area. So I think I am going to keep them. Yeah, this was the one where I was experimenting with the holes. I need those. Is this front one positioned differently? Because like the lights here are lined up with the front of the containers. But this one is further back, so maybe the positioning on the station, maybe because the station has this front bit, this central column is actually a meter that way. Yeah, that's probably what it is. Okay. Now, what sort of inputs we got here? We've actually coming up from the floor from that one, so that one doesn't matter as much. Now these ones here we haven't used for anything at the moment, so we'll just leave the full pillar in place. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to save the game. Then I'm going to check my frame rate. My frame rate is currently, I'm getting 120 frames a second. Then I'm going to go into graphics settings, video, global illumination. Medium. Let's not push it. Let's just go medium. Ready? Drum roll. I don't think this needs a restart. Whoa! Okay, it doesn't need a restart. How's that for mood lighting? Well, these aren't hugely emissive. It's probably more efficient, more impressive at night time. The green glowing off the signal is actually more prominent. Hang on. My frame rate has dropped. Not too bad. It was 120 and now I'm getting 110, which is halved. So it went from 60 to about 55, which is pretty reasonable. Although when I jump around, holy moly, this looks pretty. Dr. Mad, yo, just joined the stream. I was about to hop off, but I wanted to see how Satisfactory VR looked like, and I just wanted to say you train station looks sick, man. Thank you very much. Yeah, these aren't quite as glowy with global illumination as I expected, but that could just be because it's daytime currently. Normally you put them inside, like see how moody the lighting is in there. But frame rate is useful in VR. So I'm going to turn that off now. But it will be interesting to see if it improves with the engine update. Wow, that looks very washed out now. Thank you, Dr. Mad. This playthrough, I'm trying to do a bit more architecture than I have in past playthroughs, so I'm kind of experimenting with different styles. So I've kind of got a building over here which kind of got curved windows. I'm not sure if I like the curved windows here. We're also doing vertical manifolds, so we're really playing hard mode in this playthrough because vertical manifolds are really buggy. We've got a computer factory there, and up the back there we have crystal oscillators. We have a storage room here, which is a circular room around the Titan tree here. Smaller products will filter through here, and then they all come into storage. And there's dimensional depots under the floor, so it's all available whenever we want. And then all of it feeds into the train station to be taken away. Where were you reading FPS from? I was reading it from a secret interface that you didn't see. The virtual desktop status indicator. But the problem is you press the twin sticks in to pull up the virtual desktop performance overlay, but it also loads the UEVR settings as well. So that's why you saw the UEVR settings without an FPS on it. You can turn FPS on in UEVR, but it's this tiny little thing that's hard to see in VR. So yes, I was looking at the virtual desktop, which is headset only. What do I call my architectural style? Well, this kind of slabby concrete is usually brutalism. Mine's a little bit maybe fancier than the default brutalism, maybe? But usually large slabs of concrete in large pillars is usually referred to as brutalism. But I am not an architect, not an arty person at all. So in me, it's experimentalism. Dort style. I don't even think it's my style. This is kind of outside my style. I don't usually do thick concrete pillars and stuff like this. So this is why I'm trying to experiment with a few new techniques that I've seen other people use. I think I can get rid of that. Yes, I can, because that actually lines up with that. Because that Z fighting between the dark grey and the stark white, it was really bugging me. I mean, I've done this sort of roof before. I like the kind of grates finish before. Yeah, okay. Putting those dark pillars through there also gives that a bit more contrast. I could put something on the roof, but I think I'm going to leave it for now. Okay, so we do have a last set of feature walls out this side. So let's come over here. Now, there was a guy over here who was shooting at me before. And we also have... Oh, crap! Really? I didn't know he was there. Lucky I checked. Quick before he notices me. Oh, thank you. That actually made me jump. Now, is he inside the cage or is he behind the cage? Crap, he's behind the cage. I think I panicked and built when you did the sound effect. Thank you. Okay, he's in that one. But that's not his spawning point, so when I get too far away, he's going to despawn and respawn somewhere else. So I should be safe while doing these pillars on this side. But if I go away and come back, he's going to jump out at me. I'm pretty sure he's one of the big poison ones. So let's not hang around this area too long. Go over and yes, I did go over and check if he was. Can I stand on a mushroom? I can stand on a fungal growth. This is not sticking out enough. Because it's supposed to be up there. Mad that Loki, a smart way to deal with those quickly? Yes. I mean, you can kill them. It takes a while to kill them. I'm also trying to not impact nature on the playthrough, just as a challenge. So I'll kill some. I will kill something if it annoys me too much. And if it is a threat, but he's just a temporary thing. He can hide in that cage for a while. I do actually have a nuclear hog where I managed to get the cage right on his spawn point. There's a nuclear hog in here. And I've managed to get it such that when he respawns, he actually respawns inside the cage. So he can live there forever. Quote 1. I don't have that command. What's it supposed to do? Add quote, I'll kill something if it gets too annoying. Okay, I don't have that, but I can add that as a function if you think it's useful. Add quote adds the quote and quote 1 recalls it. I'd have to remember what the quote number is, wouldn't I? Okay, that is not nudging the right direction. Wrong button! One, two, three, 4. There we go. Quote gives a random quote and the number picks a specific one. I could add that. I didn't know I was quotable. Okay. And not the front one. So that is all the ones down this side. So now it's night time. Be funny, especially out of context. That's what the phrasing redeem is for. So this is with lumen off. It's like, yeah, the lights pop, but they don't really illuminate. Actually, the green reflection on the shiny is noticeable there. But if I turn lumen on, otherwise known as global illumination. Everything gets moodier. It's still not emitting a huge amount of light. Maybe it's because I'm on medium. Or maybe it does actually need a restart to kick in the full model. That's mistier. But still not a lot of glow. I possibly need to restart the game to get the full effect. They don't seem to be emitting light, so I suspect I need a game restart. Which I'm not going to do because that involves re-injecting into the engine and everything. Okay, what's my FPS on high? That's actually about the same. So difference between medium and high lumen doesn't seem to be performance related. It's just probably how much it affects it. Are those lights configured to emit? They are signs, and they are on emission strength 3. But without lumen, they don't really light up the area. With lumen, they should, but I suspect it needs a game engine restart to fully kick in. I'll play around with it a bit more. If I only get that much of a frame hit, maybe I can have it on occasionally. But it was a noticeable drop in frame rate, which in VR can be a big difference. Okay, so let's go over and see if that stinger is still... Nope, he's out, see? Now maybe that's his spawn point there. I will ignore him for now. If I get closer, he's going to jump me. I'm just wondering if I put one, if I think his spawn point is there. Now if I go away and come back, we'll see if he's inside the cage. I only played a tiny bit of Minecraft. I did not really get into it. I had the problem where all the crafting recipes, I could never remember what they were, and because I have a terrible memory. Plus the art style didn't really grab me. Okay, so let's clear this out. So I am happier with how the train station is looking now. I think that's giving it a lot more character. Maybe we could add some more red, because the red there is actually standing out quite a lot. Mine camp. Minecraft Create Mod is somewhat satisfactory, except you need to set your own goals. Yeah, I do know that there are some automation mods for it. Okay, so station, I'm happy with that. Could do with a little bit of touching up, and like some of the logistics here needs a bit of tidying up. Actually, the logistics underneath is a mess. But I'm happy with leaving that for now, and going on to something else. We've got a walkway from the train into the storage place. This still needs tidying up, but I can do this more when we come back and put in supercomputers and high-speed connectors, because we will be expanding the storage here. We've got somewhat of a walkway. This could be clearer, but again, we're going to come back here later, so I think we can do a bit of a logistics tidy up later on for that. At least now it's somewhat tidy. I don't tend to spend many hours playing any one game. until I played Satisfactory. Like, I used to think that a few hundred hours in No Man's Sky was a lot. So No Man's Sky, Skyrim, World of Warcraft, those games I had a few hundred hours
Incoming propaganda broadcast detected. Please seek shelter.
in Satisfactory, it's measured in thousands, not hundreds. Don't need a reason to be playing a game, a mission, a purpose. Yeah. In Satisfactory, like, there are objectives. Like, I'm kind of ignoring them at the moment, but I am working through them very slowly. So the current objective was make computers and circuit boards, because you need those. So this is the current objective, and this is like stream number 7 of it. So I've actually spent a lot of time working on this little cluster of factories. But then we have, and the next goal is heavy modular frames, but we also need to do project parts. So I still need to build factories for the 2 other parts there, and I've started to plan those a little bit. But each phase has project parts, and each project part has dependencies. So there's always a target to aim for. Sometimes the target is too big, and you need to kind of step back and say, well, break that target down into simpler steps. Most code game at 375 hours is Civ 5. Cool. I never really got into Civ a lot. There was an ad break coming in, wasn't there? Okay, Azurin, how far away is dinner? I don't think she's listening. I think she's talking to the chef. Hey, how far away is dinner? Half an hour. Okay, I'll take an ad break here while the ad breaks are running, and then we'll take a bit later. After Pasma, thanks Futureproof 4 for the sub. Futureproof 4 is awesome for their generosity. It's most appreciated. I'm going to take a short break. I'll be back in about 3 minutes. I should be safe up here, right?
Look lively. It's time to do those stretches and hydrate.
future-proof. It's probably cached, so I might need to refresh the chat window for it to take effect. Otherwise, I don't know if it's going to come through for this stream, so let me refresh it and I'll see if it updates. Okay, chat has restarted, so it might kick in now. No problem, Eta Phasma. Thanks for popping by and hanging out. We are back, and apparently I'm building a ladder. Yeah, it might take a while to come
Phasma
through.
is now lurking.
But yeah, future-proof, it might come through later. If not, it'll come through next stream. Now, I'm not going to do a too fancy roof on here because we're going to have to rip it off later anyway. When we extend the height of this. Actually, I will. Maybe I should make a semi-permanent roof over this side because it's kind of hitting the tree line. And so it's unlikely that we will be doing much this side because we're going to hit the tree. So let's start with just a bit of... I'm still going to keep it simple though. Do I want glass? A glass roof would show the tree line, which might be kind of cool. Maybe I have it like shallow. I won't do glass right from this edge. I'll do it in like this. Right, is that lined up strangely? Oh, okay, yep, okay, gotcha. That's why it was like that. That is very shiny. That's because I have the default color as carbon steel. How's that look? Probably looks different from everything else. Again, easy enough to paint over it later, recolor it if need be. Mad, is there any heavy gameplay changes to be in the VR compared to non-VR other than having your head control the cam? The controls are entirely different. So you're not using a keyboard and mouse, you're using VR controllers. So your interaction is different because there's no heads-up display. So you have wrist menus here where you can select equipment and building options. There's also actions on this side, but you can do a lot of this with the button shortcuts. So the controllers have sticks for moving, and then there's two buttons on each one. So there's an A, B, and an X, Y. So it does take a while to get used to what the controls are, but there are hints on the back of the wrist to say what the buttons do. So now when I'm just moving around normally, like the top button on the right is for equipment select and the bottom one is for buildings. So if I press the top one, that's equipment select. And the bottom one is build. And while in build mode though, it all changes. So the bottom button is now zoop mode. And the buttons on here are now snap and nudge, where when I'm not building, they are disassemble and scan. So the buttons change depending on what you're doing all the time. So there's a lot of controls to learn. The actual gameplay itself though is the same. So you've got to build the same project parts. You can tame doggos the same. You're just interacting with things differently. So there's also the advantages in VR in that I can look over there and the aim is separate from where I'm looking. So I can, for example, if I'm painting something, I can just paint by moving my hand around. I don't need to move my full head around to paint. So that's one of the big things that's fairly subtle in VR is the place you look and where you aim are separate. The reason there's no HUD is, well, partly the HUD is a lot of information that's not relevant because it's different key commands, but also VR is better with no HUD. So by default, if I put my hands down, there's no icons on the screen, no health bar, no nothing. So if I take damage, it will then show the health bar. If I use my jetpack, then it shows the fuel. So it shows things contextually. Or I can raise my hand to the side of my head and hit grip and it will turn on a more detailed HUD, but it's a VR specific one. So you have your project parts, your full equipment, your full health, and all your compass markers are now floating points in space. So all this compass information here is actually like a 3D dome of markers around you. It's really cool. But that's still noisy, so you can turn it off and you're back here. Something I added recently was in build mode. There's now some build hints in the HUD. You can turn that off, but it's kind of useful. And so I think a lot of people will keep it on. Like I have, thousands of hours playing this, but the build HUD is still actually useful for me. And it's pretty subtle, so it doesn't get in the way like, if there was HUD elements always on. Kind of just slapping these glass things on fairly simply. There's a lot of overlap, but it's not too bad. Build, let's just go flat from here. So flat glass roof. Is that going to be fitting? No, it isn't fitting. Okay. I'm tempted to leave that open as an entry point. That is a long way down. We need to build that factory apart. Even though the roof here is going to be temporary, I might as well still keep the same style because that was actually pretty easy, quick to build. Come on, snap to the edge, please. That's not the edge, is it? Okay, that's the edge. Although this roofline is going to get interesting in a few spots. I'm going to restart that nudge. The overlap is throwing me off, but I was kept nudging it in the wrong direction. Get slightly confused because the VR controls are completely unlike the Steam Deck controls. I did my controls first. That's not my fault. They didn't copy me. Yeah, and remember, the VR controls have the big advantage in that I can aim just by pointing, and they can't do that on the Steam Deck. They have to use the thumbsticks for aiming as well. I mean, it would have been nice if they had copied the same controls. They do actually have extra buttons. They do have extra buttons on the Steam Deck as well, so they do have an advantage in that they have the whole D-pad there. That's kind of more lined up there. I don't know if you can rebind the Steam Deck controls. Actually, it's Steam, so you probably can. So you could probably make a Steam Deck profile that is similar to the VR ones. You think you're getting a Steam frame and that comes out, so seeing what's different? Yes, and I'm hoping to get a Steam frame too, so I'll be making sure I can support it as soon as I can, although it should work out of the box. Yeah, the other problem, just this guy, is I heavily use context to change controls, and I don't know if the Steam Deck controls do that as much. Like buttons completely changing what they do based on whether you're building versus driving and so on and so forth. And driving's a bit different, but... Is that how I lined it up over here? Okay, it's forward. I mean, I assume they do something similar, so a button has a different meaning when you're building versus walking around. But they do have a D-pad, and the D-pad does open up a lot more possibilities for controls. I mean, you can do D-pad through shifting with capacitive touch on UEVR, but I find it really, really annoying. And if someone accidentally turns it on, it's actually one of the biggest reported problems, because people go, why can't I turn around? Why can't I turn to the side? And the thing is, because if you have the D-pad shifting on, when you rest your left thumb down, the right stick changes function. And therefore, because that's normally turn, you can no longer turn. So I've had people come in and say, why can't I turn? Or why does turn work half the time and not the other time? And it's because they're actually holding down the D-pad shift mode in UEVR. So I turn that off because it has no benefit to the rest of the mod. I'd rather do it through context switching. That's quite extended there. Is that different on that side? Oh, it's because that's a half along there and that's a full, so the spacing is a little different. That's fine, we'll just wing it a little. Again, shouldn't get too fancy here because it's all going to be torn down when we need to get more crystal oscillators building. Fell off. Oh. So yeah, I do not know how you can reconfigure the Steam Deck controls to match the VR controls. I don't know how far you would get. It would be interesting though, because like I remap my I remap my No Man's Sky keys to be VR controls to be similar to the Satisfactory VR controls because I'm so used to the Satisfactory ones. Sign your EPR installing your mod today. Cool, cool. Assuming it's safe to load into my existing flat screen world. Absolutely. It makes zero changes to the save game at all. It is entirely a change in interface. So you will not do any changes to your base game. You can switch between VR mode and flat mode as much as you want with no repercussions. Just this guy controls made a lot of sense. Cool, thank you. Some of your radio menus are actually superior without it having much to do with VR. Switching back and forth that you struggle with. The radial menus are funny because the radial menus were initially part of 1.0 of Satisfactory, and that's when I went, oh, I can actually reuse this radial menu function, and I looked into using them. But they have a build menu on controller, but the build menu is only 8 items selectable, and I wanted the full 10, because if you use the normal quick build over here, you get the full 10 items across. So I actually rebuilt my radial menu to replace their build menu because I didn't like their build menu. The equipment menu I made my own because I wanted to have the cheesy hot swap from the back item, and I wanted to have a holster option. I can't remember if their radial for equipment has a holster option. I think theirs might just be the equipment. So I think I added the holster, but definitely the back quick switch between different items to your back, that's something I added. The scan, that's theirs. I have not changed that at all other than chucking their widget in a VR radial sort of widget holder. All LLM is down. Seems like USA Gov pissed off. Oh, I feel so sorry for them not. This is after they got the safety features taken off Claude, was it? Stupid American government. Let's not talk politics. Okay, we have slapped down a roof, except for this big hole over here. Yes, yes, Dr. Mad, I'm the mod creator. Claude is sticking to their guns on safety? Oh, that's weird. Yes, I spent too much of my life making this mod, and now I'm finally actually getting to play it a bit. I don't want to select a related building works similarly. Yes, I think that's their menu. So this one here, I think that's their menu. I haven't changed it at all. All I've done is I put the previous and next hint buttons on the side, but the actual radial menu there, that's a coffee stain one reused. I don't think I changed that one at all. Yeah, this one is different. I redid this one so you can get the full 10 items shown. Which is quite challenging because, like, the building items is easy, but then it's actually slightly different codes to deal with the blueprints. And then it's different code again to get the icons for the materials. So this one actually took a bit of work for me to recreate with all the 10 items around, but I got there in the end. Very happy with how it came out. Yes, somehow it's different is because I changed it. I think this was a 2-meter roof. Yes, 2 meter. So these are painful parts because when you zoop these, you think they'd zoop in a diagonal, but they don't. They zoop in a straight, and I don't know if anyone would ever want to zoop these straight. So it's a little annoying. Likewise with the ones you put on top, you can get a nice diagonal wall going. Where did that go? I think that went underneath. You can get a nice diagonal feature going by alternating these, but they are unzoopable. Let's release those changes as a separate mod. Ooh. I would. Because there's nothing explicitly VR about it. I could do Dortimer's enhanced radial menus. Ooh. For paid Claude, and it still gets a lot of common things incorrect. Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, AI is notoriously inaccurate still. Never trust it. Can be very useful, but it also can be a load of codswallop at times. Nope, I did not want that below. You know, I could possibly make it an option of the mod so that it uses the radials if you're playing flat with a controller in the same mod. Since the code is already there, I just need to change the hooks so when the controller opens it, it controls my version instead of the default version. Interesting thought. Would probably be neater as a separate mod, but then there'd be code replication. I'm not going to worry too much about these branches, they can get trapped inside. I do not have a lot of time for development at the moment, unfortunately, so while I can think about ideas and stuff, it appeals because it wouldn't be too hard potentially. Wow, everywhere but where I want the wall. Now we have the fun time of convincing it. Please let my window overlap where I want it to go. Thank you very much. Way to go. Bring it back, bring it back. No, 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 bad window. Never looked into creating mods. Did you write it in a certain language? So this is Unreal Engine. So it's using all the Unreal Engine development tools. So a lot of the mod is blueprints, as in P-R-I-N-T-S, not P-R-I-N-C-E. Oh, come on, just let me put the window there. And blueprints, if you know software development and logic flow and that kind of stuff, blueprints is pretty easy to figure out. There is some C++ as well, though, for some lower level stuff. Why won't that go there? Is that clashing with that wall? Oh, come on. Don't do this to me. It's visual workflow coding. I absolutely have too many hobbies, Dr. Mad. Reprints AI agents will be rolling out in the next release. Yeah, it's more picking which hobbies I have the time to spend. At the moment, I'm reduced my coding hobby to actually have a bit of time playing the game with the mod I created. Okay, that one will snap. Okay, let me try that again. Ah, come on, just let me do that last bit, please. Ah, I was on Akaze. Hello. I missed you snuck in. Blueprints is actually a really good puzzle game. That's why I was quoting it. A really good puzzle game that I would actually love to play in VR. Like, it looks gorgeous. It's very stylized, but I think a Blueprints VR mod would work very well. And yes, Blueprints is a puzzle game that involves blueprints, P-R-I-N-T-S. Do I want to battle this window? Come on, copy stain. Give us at least diagonal windows to fit in there. I did those by offsetting it by half. Now I'm just going to leave holes. I can't be bothered battling with it. You can do a slight offset so it thinks it's not overlapping when it is overlapping, but it used to be you could just go window overlapping with wall, done, not a problem. But since one of the updates, it has become really hard to do that. It is still coding, absolutely. It's node-based flowcharts maker. Yeah, it is absolutely coding. It's just a different way of visualizing it. I could do an orange line across the top here. I just realized that this orange is the different orange that came from me picking the roof color. Just as something completely different. Oh, thought I was going to plummet then. Where did that go? That went the wrong way. Man, the hover pack is easy mode, but sometimes I really wish I had the hover pack. Trying to build while on a jetpack is just annoying. Nudge into these cracks. I can't nudge into those. So if I do this and then I nudge, I can put it there as an overlap. I guess that's not completely terrible, but if I put it there, basically the game is saying this window and this wall are occupying exactly the same space and it doesn't allow it. Yeah, I suppose I could do a half and half overlap like that. Because the other way to do it is to get a pillar See if I can do it. Right, let me see how hard it is to do. It's been a while since I've tried this technique. So you can slide this wall at any point on the pillar, so you can have it ever so slightly off. You can point it so it's... Let's see, that's the snapping position, but this would let me put it ever so slightly off. Okay, that still won't let me do that. But that will. Like 10 centimeters out, but it will let me do it. And then I could then delete that and delete that. Put that there. And now because that one's slightly out of position, I can then snap a window here and then nudge it down to there, except it's going to stick out the bottom. So maybe I do leave it there. So yeah, you can do tricks like that. They do, yeah. Ideally, we'd have pieces like this, but that are made of window. But then you have to have every style. It used to be just that you could overlap these two, and it would work perfectly fine. So you just have walls of windows, and then you'd have lots of these solid wall pieces diagonally crisscrossing them. I mean, I can load up old saves and show you where I've just gone over the top in having different diagonals. Like it kind of works up there, but that's because this isn't in the same position. Because this is up there and this is down there. They are actually in the different position, but when it's aligned at the bottom, doesn't like it. Dirks Blurps is here now. Hello, welcome. Definitely done that in old saves. Yeah, I don't know if it was 1.0 or 1.1, but they changed something to do with how things lined up, how fussy walls were with each other. What if I can just do it off the back on there? No, it's too close. Like there's a tolerance. That's probably fine. Yeah, so that's enough difference that it will let you do it.
Just gifted 10 tier 1 subscriptions.
Holy
what
moly!
A legend.
Dirks Blurps, 10? You've just doubled my my subscription goal. Wow, wow, thank you very much. Wow, I can't even see that on the same screen at once.
Hey, Dirks Blurps just followed you.
Thank you for the follow. Wow, 10 subs. That is amazing. Thank you so much for your generosity. Oh, Honeycos got one. Cool. I think they wanted to stop you getting 2 items perfectly overlaid because it's confusing when you delete it and it doesn't go away. It's even more confusing when you can't put a window over it. Like, I played for years where you could put a wall directly on top of another wall. I'm standing in Mirage. Building a nice factory. Thank you, thank you. I am playing in VR, but I'm trying to also give general Satisfactory tips and tricks and building advice, even though I am certainly no expert or pro architect. I am trying to give as much tips that I can to people who are watching. So thank you very much for the subs. 1.0, I think, because I did the same thing in my 8 and 9. Yes, yeah, I think it was 1.0. Which is a shame that it's still not fixed. There's just a few little niggling things that they've broken that just I wish they'd fix. Thinking about if a VR mod existed for Satisfactory today, and I'm living the dream. Dirks Blurps, I don't know if you were around earlier, but I am the mod author of the mod. So I created the dream as well, yes. If we aren't experts, how will we know that if the tips are satisfactory? This is most satisfactory gameplay here. We don't go for outstanding, we just go for satisfactory. So we've whacked a simple roof on. Just ignore the Z fighting there, no one will see it. Thanks very much. Basically, I've been playing Satisfactory for years, and even when I first started it, I wanted it in VR. But it was only when Praydog released his UEVR tools at the start of 2024. That was the problem. I don't have the smarts to know how to hack the engine into VR mode. But once UEVR did that bit, I then did all the custom interface and the custom controls and everything else like that. Yes, this entire playthrough is in VR. There is no flat interaction at all. The only thing I do in flat in this playthrough is I take the screenshots for the YouTube videos. And I will be doing some camera work for flybys and things like that, because that's using mods that I can't use in VR. But oh yes, this entire playthrough has been in VR. I've done a lot of continuing other playthroughs, but this is the first game I've started in VR and I've been VR the whole way through. So this is kind of my first playthrough since 1.0 released. You're thinking about some kind of paintbrush selection on the left arm. Yes, so you can select paint either through here. You've got your build menu. So if you put paint samples on here like this, you can go blue and paint, and then you can go white and paint, red and paint. And because you're moving your hand separate from where you're viewing, you can actually paint it like a paintbrush. If you don't, there is this menu here, but there's also radial menus. So you can pick paints this way. So you can go black and then do some painting. And then you might go red. You don't need more colors. These are boring colors, and do more painting. So there's actually two ways you can access the build things. There's the radial menu, and then there's a wrist menu. Any plans to VR mod any other games? I have ideas, future proof. I don't have free time. I've said before, and I say it again, probably the one I'm most looking at is Star Rupture. So Star Rupture is a similar game to Satisfactory in that it is a beautiful alien world with factory automation. Part of the problem is though I was lucky that Satisfactory came with an excellent modding community, and so I'm using a lot of modding tools from the modding community to do the actual game mod side of things, whereas Star Rupture being a game that is still very early in release, it's a bit lower level. I'd have to use like basic UE Unreal Engine modding tools like UE4SS. It's not impossible, but it is harder to mod, at least from my experience, because I had not done any game mods before I did this game mod. So this was very much a passion project, learning from scratch on how to mod a game. It took me a year and a half to get to version 1.0, and it's still other stuff I want to add, but it is very playable. There's all the things that are missing are kind of nice to haves, but certainly not needed. And we can also, like, just a minor update recently, I did actually add photo mode, so I can go, actually let's get back up on the building. Where do we want to pose from? I actually forgot to update the YouTube thumbnail before this session. So let's say I want to have a photo of this building as my thumbnail. There is photo mode now here, so I can go like this, and then settings, and let's go decoupled camera. So I can move back here behind the Pioneer, and we got a sitting down pose maybe. Most of these are very silly poses for trying to do thumbnails on, at least if you're facing away. So something like that. Yes, VR is my preferred way to play games, especially games like this. Yeah, I've lost my muscle memory for the keys for playing flat mode in Satisfactory now. I play Gas Station Simulator in VR, but VR doesn't work properly with it. Oh, okay. There might be ways around that future-proof. There is a lot of tweaks you can do in the settings. And when I'm making thumbnails, I will normally bump up the saturation and the contrast. I mean, if you get real wild, you can change the tint, but let's not do that. And then I can move the camera around. Now, the problem with taking a screenshot like this in VR is the bounds of the picture taken aren't properly reflected, so I do not know how big or small the picture is. Whereas if I'm taking it in flat mode, I know exactly how big the output is. So this will probably actually capture more than I'm seeing here. So maybe I take a couple from a different perspective like this. I can close that. So yeah, camera mode does work. And I've left my torch on again. Camera mode also has these filters. So if you want, you can have wire mode, where everything is like a wireframe, and you can just fly around in this mode, at least within range of your Pioneer, which is quite cool in VR. Anyway, there you go. I've taken a screenshot. I'll check it out. If it scales decently, I can use that as the YouTube thumbnail. There's coffee for you too, man. Wow, awesome. Thank you, Dirks. I need to set up a coffee alert so when people coffee, it comes through on stream. I haven't got that set up currently. Man, I can smell dinner being nearly ready. So you can barely see the roof from here. Okay, I think dinner has been served. Okay, so I'm going to take a 10-15 minute break, 10 to 15 minute break for dinner, and then we will continue with some building afterwards. I think I'm kind of finished here for today. I've got my goals done. So we've actually finished off the building over there with the walls. We've slapped a roof on it. So that building is at least functional, if not fully detailed. We put a lot more extra detail in the train station. I'm really happy with how that turned out now. There's little bits and pieces that we can brush up, but overall, I think I'm more happy to walk away. I mean, this building is still very bare bones. There's no back on this building, but I'm going to come back to that later. Dinner has been served. Yes, so I'm going to go to the BRB screen for 10 minutes while I have some dinner, and then I will be back to continue. You can head off now, no problems. Quite late, no problems, Dr. Mad. Thanks for hanging out and popping by.
Hey, DRMAD___ just followed you.
Hey, that's 3 underscores. Thanks, Dr. Mad. Glad you're using the biomass jetpack. Yeah, well, I don't have the hover pack yet, so it's the only way I can fly around. Okay, I'll be back after dinner. Thanks for watching.
Look lively, it's time to do those stretches and hydrate.
And we are back. Decoplebs is a plant-based life form. So, where were we? We were wondering what we were doing next. So realizing it's actually quite late at night already. And I have a cursor on my screen. Just give me a sec. Be gone, cursor. Okay, I think that's got rid of it. So we're here at the computer factory. We've been slapping on walls and roofs and trying to get these buildings looking like buildings. But I think I'm going to take a break from here for now. Even though there's a few rough edges that I need to finish off. I think I'm going to go and do something else for the rest of the stream. I've been here for 7 streams now. But I'm actually pretty happy with the results. We've got a few different architectural styles and variations in here. It is looking pretty good. So what I think is I might go and make a start on a train station to deliver the first project part. So the first project part, we already have a factory making these, and we actually have a full container already. So we have more than 2,500. They, not modular frames, versatile frameworks, I think they're called. But they're sitting in a factory that's off-grid at the moment. So let's go and have a look in the area, check out the old factory, and start planning on how we can get it on our train network. Because the last phase, I basically just loaded up a truck and manually hauled across country and dumped the stuff in the elevator. Oh, that's a point. I am missing my train interiors mod. because I had to uninstall some mods earlier today and forgot to reinstall them. The olfactory. So no pretty train interior today, and I'll have to remember to reinstall it for next time, although you might get a better view from this point. Now I have planned a heavy modular frame factory for that point there. I planned quite a few factories ahead, or at least started to plan, but I don't know where to build some of them. There's a really gorgeous spot in here that has lots of coal with nearby copper and iron and caterium. So this could have a really nice big factory in this beautiful valley here. I don't know whether to make projects in here or just to do something boring in it. But one day we will make a factory in this area, but I'm not sure which one. Maybe we should just build a holiday home there. With coal mines. Watch out, Bean. Duck. Ow, ow. The pink trees in the pink forest? Well, probably looking at building aluminium in the pink forest. Oh, these pink trees. Yeah, these pink trees are great. It's one of the reasons I built on this side of the map, because I haven't built this side before. And here we have a Mr. Stinger here on the corner. That must be a spawn spot. He is always sitting right there. I reckon I can cage him. It's shiny and it's ugly. This guy I've managed to automatically cage. I slapped down the old style bunker. This is my original bunker design. And I've managed to capture one of the poison stingers in it. Which was a bit of a fluke, but they seem to be fair. There's not many places for them to spawn in that area, so I think I kind of got lucky with him, and I reckon I can chuck a cage on the other guy. Oh, I should have put more train signals. Hey, Relax. Good morning, Relax. How are you? Yes, we have a very generous Dirk Splurps who's been handing out subscriptions. Still working in morning stand-up? Cool, no problem. That's right, it's Friday, isn't it? So, I mean, this train station here is very bare bones. So at one stage we need to come back and make this look a bit more exciting. I'm not good at styling stations, so the one back at the computer factory is kind of my first one. So maybe I'll just copy the style and put it here. But this is where the space elevator is. Let me just shuffle around a bit. So everything unloads from the trains there and then gets filtered down these 4 conveyors into a good old style hub with the space elevator overhead. Around this perimeter here, we all have storage containers, and these have smart splitters on them, so all the supplies get sorted into here. Except not everything's being delivered yet. So the basic parts are being delivered, so things like wire and cable and quick wire. The steel factory, I still need to ship their parts, because I built the steel factory before I built this and the train lines, so no steel supplies coming in here yet. No heavy modular flames because I don't have that. Plastic and rubber is being delivered here. No, it's not. Ooh. Oh, I haven't got a train for plastic yet. I've got one for rubber. And I'm not dumping it here because it actually all goes to the computer factory at the moment. These come from the basics factory. Stators, I think, will be from the steel factory. They're not coming through. No motors. But these are being shipped in from the computer factory. So we're slowly building up our crystal oscillators, and our circuit boards are full, and our computers are full. So the basics train comes with like 7 or 8 different products all chucked in 2 carts, and so that's one stage where I will miss it. We'll mix things in the one train cart because all the excess comes through the back here and goes into the 2 sinks. So there's never going to be a bottleneck. At least it might be a speed bottleneck, but not from something is... Russ is back. Sleep is not sleeping. Sorry to hear that, Russ. Look, here comes supplies now. These are coming from the basic factory. So that just all floods through and they get sorted along there. So we need to get our project parts delivered to this point as well. 1 a.m. Is it? It is. Over there. How was dinner? Any roux on the menu? No. Dinner tonight was a dish we call sticky pork. I don't know if that's its official name. But it's pork and it's sticky. No. Oh, going through the station. Oh well, luckily the other train isn't there. So the dish is diced pork. Hang on, that says red. Why is there there must be probably another train ahead. We're ignoring signals. In kind of a sauce that has honey and chili. It's kind of an Asian fusion sort of dish. Azurian may correct me if I'm wrong here. But it has sort of some steamed veg chucked in, and you have it with rice or mashed potato, with extra honey, sticky chili sauce poured over the top that kind of seeps down into the rice. Could be kind of Korean. I'm not sure what the origin is. We've been making it for years. Twinning! Hey, for pork. Okay, so here we are. So this train line also needs more signals along here. We have a little factory hiding along the back here that is currently cut off from civilization, but it does have power at least. So nestled in here at the edge of the world is one of our project factories and a bunch of radiation. Grip, thank you. That's a void. Avoid the void, it's bad. We have coal coming here, coal coming in here, and we have a factory over here that is making just versatile frameworks. It's not making anything else. And there's a nitrogen node up the back with a nuclear hog that we've kind of walled off. And we have a supply room here. Ours was not sticky, but it did have applesauce. Applesauce. Didn't manage to lather it, so it was good. Okay, you don't want too much applesauce? Okay, so our recipe is an evolution. Avoid the void, definitely avoid the void. So we have a full container here, and I'm pretty sure that's more than enough, even though there's stacks of 50. But we need to get them into a train. As you may have noticed, there's not really any room for a train station here unless we have it floating over the void. But if we go down to the lower level, so here we have blueprints making the versatile frames. We have one there and one there. I think we're outputting 20 a minute, and they're all getting sunk. But up the back here, around the tree. Now, there is a stinger around here. Who might remember me. It's usually hovering up on the edges there, although he might only come out at night. We've got this spot down here. And this spot actually has a path that follows around and goes up the hill. It's a pretty steep hill, so I'm not sure how well the train's going to do it unless we slope up. But there is actually a way through here. It kind of goes back to where our train line is. And there's probably bad guys over here too. Spitters, okay. Not too worried about them. Oh, there's radiation, because that's the hog above me. Hopefully he won't notice us. So the challenge is there enough room to fit train station here? Just needs one carriage, that's all it needs. But it either needs to have room to turn around, or it might need to be a push-pull train. Either way, there's not a lot of room here to fit a train station. But that's the challenge. Looks like a truck route. Well, yes, and the original supply run I did do was from a truck. I mean, I could do it in a truck, but we've got trains now. Is that snap line? That is snap line. Okay. I'm going to see if I can fit a station. It might go all horribly bad. But we're not doing this because it is easy, but because we think it is easy. Until we know otherwise. Turnip. Ooh, trains are cool, but trains are huge. Trains are huge. At least train stations are huge. I totally agree there. And maybe this will be a bad idea, and I'll have a. I mean, I could have a truck going to a train station that's a bit more in the open. That might be a wiser idea. Yeah, this is not going to have enough room. Yeah, this is tiny space. This is a teeny tiny space. I mean, later in the game we can have drones, and then it's not a problem. Yeah, this ain't going to be able to turn around. I mean, we could raise it up. We could actually raise it up above this plateau here. That means going over Mr. Nuclear, though. And I'd rather not go over Mr. Nuclear if I can avoid it. Who needs to turn around? Well, a train with only one engine needs to turn around. A push-pull train could work. I've never actually done a push-pull train, so it could be an interesting experiment. I am going to have to build up a bit here. The thing is, I'm only going to need this train to run once. That's the irony, is like, once this is delivered a load, okay, maybe 2 loads, it's done. It can retire. At least for this phase. There might be a later phase where we need more of these things. Experiment. Exactly. So if we have a station, so that's kind of lined up with the middle of the slab there. Is that going to line up? If I could get that lined up with that, that'd be nice. I think that's lined up. How far is that clipping into the ground? Not tragically. Need tons of S-style frameworks in the future. Yeah, that's what I'm afraid of. So if I need tons in the future, either this factory gets bigger when I use them, or they need to ship to another factory where they're used, which means I would need some other. Let me just try and build this walkway I have in mind here to see if this actually does line up. Nope. Put that away. Oh, I'm still on the other color. You know, I'm not hating it. Oh, it's slightly off, but I think that's just train stations for you. I've seen that at other places. But I think that's actually pretty cool. I don't need that then. Move this along a smell. The only problem with push-pull trains is that they get turned around if you're not careful. If they get turned around, does it matter though if they just pull the other way? Own break is over and I'll get back to own game. No problems, Dirksplurps. Thank you so much for your generosity tonight. Got a basic fuel power plant to build, so I can kickstart a bigger one later on. Cool. I did a diluted fuel power plant a while ago, and I really need to make a YouTube video just of the build, because I think that would be useful to people who don't know what you can cram into a blueprint. I have a lot of footage and a lot of plans to make a lot of videos, and no time. Sink into the dirt and lurk. Like a turnip. Train getting turned around is only a problem if you assign specific things to specific freight cars. Yeah, well, this one is, the idea is that this will have a single car in it, just with the frames in it. So I think this will be a simple. Oh, wow, that is okay. I like that. I can't believe that lined up so well. Okay, I wanted a smidge lower because otherwise it's going to clip through there. How fussy am I? Don't answer that. Off-topic question, which is your favourite cassette? You mean from the boombox? Listen to the boombox tracks in a long time. I mean, there's the Meme-tastic Goat Sim one. I tend to like the real Satisfactory soundtrack mostly, though. Okay, I want that bit. So by building a pillar like this lets you put this at any height because it can smoothly adjust. So I can actually have it so it is a smidge below the concrete there, but not the huge step that it was before. Yeah, I haven't actually unlocked the boombox on this save, and I have a confession: the boombox is something that I have not modded to work well in VR yet. I would like to put like interactive controls and stuff on it, but it's on the to-do list. So you can carry it around, but it definitely needs some TLC and some improvements to work better in VR. Okay. That's better, and that lines up. The steps are a lot less. I just live around the hub with some dumb music. Where one of our saves, we do have it in the hub. At Zero, can you remember what cassette we're playing in the boombox? The D-Rock Lactic one is good. But I think we just had the Satisfactory one because I remember being really confused because the Satisfactory song was playing even though I was on stream and it wasn't actually playing. And it's turned out because the boombox was right next to me. Last take might have been the Saturday. There's a Christmas one. Been a long while since we played that save. Unfortunately, they're a little repetitive to make them the theme track for a stream. This may be... Where's the end bit? Buffer stop. This may be the first buffer stop I've legitimately built on a trains track. Yeah, missed. So theoretically, that's all I need. Just one container. See, later on in late game, I can also just chuck a drone port down and use drones to get around. So yeah, the train is probably the worst method of transporting this stuff at this point of the game, since I'm effectively building something to do 1 or 2 runs and that's it. There's a space there. I can probably bring the produce through there, actually. That needs to be nudged down half a 1. And this is going to be a fairly short, because we've got to ramp down very quickly. So maybe just 10 meters for this one. Why not just make a road for the fixer cart to... Oh! I like the thought pattern. Like, yeah? That would take longer than the train line. That would take a lot longer than the train line to build. Because that involves building reliable roadworks. Even if it's just a foundation across the sky. That would be quite time consuming. Maybe I should have actually measured 10 meters to get an idea of where this is supposed to go. Actually. 9, 10. Although, not that it's going to make much difference because we're at such an extreme angle here that the splines are going to get a little confused anyway. I would like to legitimately use factory carts for something productive. I was thinking of maybe using it as transport for a munitions factory. I've been a fly on the wall of the developers so many when they decided to make a factory building game on an alien planet. Where else would you build a factory? Okay, so if I come out 20 meters here, I wonder if I'm low enough to clear the ceiling if I just go straight out now. I think I still need to come down lower. I think they can probably freehand it. Yes, carry the nukes around in the cart. What could go wrong? If it's diagonal, it's going to line up that way, okay. The cart is very reliable on a flat surface that isn't slippery. I mean, I've got one here in the factory here. This technique of train tracks was, I found out from a guy called Excrubulant on YouTube. I think that's his name. And it basically involves using tangents to the railway to be able to control a curve that allows it to completely freeform where your train track goes. So the idea here is you come from this point here and I can go up in any direction, 40 meters, and when I extend that rail to the 20-meter mark, it will be fairly lined up. Not exact, because height changes do actually change the math a bit. But reasonably. Now I need to figure out where I'm going with this rail. And also carts racing in a circle delivering goods. I made a Fixmits factory, not last year but the year before. I made a Fixmits factory in the Pink Forest, and every Christmas part was made in a different little sub factory, and that was all delivered by carts from factory to factory, and it was great. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. That ticking nuclear tick above is really distracting. Am I pulling it back manually? Pulling back what? Oh, this? No. It auto reloads. Yeah, so when you fire, it doesn't show the hand animation, but it does do the auto reload animation without the hand attached to it. No, I might have waggled my hand like this. I haven't leveled up enough to be able to do manual reload weapons in a game like this. That would involve a bit more skill and training than I've got currently. And also, I don't see much point in Satisfactory. Stop pinging me with nuclear. That's rude. Maybe I should kill him. That's really quite annoying. It's also hurting. So you have to use freeform to get the side-by-side angle. But if you want it level, you then need to start from that freeform one, but then use default mode, and then that will actually give you one that's level. So it's pretty close on that one. Now, I probably should measure the midpoints. Maybe I'll go away until my health regenerates a bit more. Now, you reckon a train can get up there? If it's got two locomotives and it's a locomotive at either end, does the reversing locomotive give it thrust? I wonder if I delete this and rebuild it, if it would give me a smoother spline. No, it would actually go further out. Okay. Good to know. If I build it from this direction, it's fine. Okay. So we have a locomotive that end. Then we have a freight car. And then we have our locomotive facing the other way. It's a shame I couldn't have a little more room. I mean, I could move the station forward another... Could come forward another slab. There's enough room everywhere else to come forward another slab. And that's half a slab. If I did there, that would actually line up really close to there. There's the buffer. And if I put the buffer stop in there, it'll snap into the ground like that. Actually, I just need one of them. Need this Sam to mine a bit faster, can get depot online. Ah, he's doing an early game, Dirk Spleps. I'm tempted to nudge that way so that it is overlapping the platform. Otherwise it's out and there's a big gap there. Haven't done as much branching out yet? Oh, okay. Haven't done the collecting. I usually do the moment I got my running shoes. Yeah, this playthrough, I had the depot unlocked before I'd finished phase 1. I actually made it a priority, and I specifically raided nearby crash sites for steel pipes. So I actually had the depot before I sent off the first project parts. I didn't have any steel pipe to do anything other than make a single depot that I had to load things in. But I did accomplish it. You really need a lot of steel pipes. Nope. Platform, freight, that way around. Now if I do that from down there, that's a bit more gradual. I was trying to schedule. Schedule or schedule? I think I say schedule mostly. It's just now the locomotive hanging off the back won't look quite so in trouble, because it's not quite as steep a slope. Okay, it is 10:30. Okay,
I
it's only
admire your
10:30.
optimism, Dippy VR, but you only get a participation award this time round. Hibiki Ryuga was the winner. In fact, you were in position 18. Better luck next time.
Position 18? Actually, I think that's better, Dippy. Weren't you like position 19 or
I
20
have a
last
tip
time?
from Dirk Splurps that you may be slouching. Posture check time.
Okay, I shall stretch. Which is similar to the stretch one, but I'm actually playing standing up, so the main thing I need to do with posture when I'm standing up is make sure my feet move, because I have a bad tendency to anchor my feet to the ground. Which is not good.
Azure
for too
Red
long.
has submitted a request for you to hydrate.
Touch my toes. I need to have another redeem for that. Oh, crick! That was my knee. there are toes down there. They're just invisible because I hid the texture. Whoops. Now I'm in pass-through. What happened to my headset? There we go. Two touches once in a while. Yeah, absolutely. I try and do some in the morning, otherwise I'm stiff all day. Stand up is fun. That was a long stand-up relax. Dippy, it has been a busy evening. We have had multiple people gifting subs. We haven't had any real stinger attacks. 1 hour stand-up. I think they need to look at what the definition of stand-up is. Actually, Azuran, can we get a shout out for Dippy VR? If you're near your computer. How do I pop my back? Bend backwards and forwards, and I have a few floor posture things that I will lie down and lie on to pop my back. Your PM likes to yap. Well, that's still not a very stand-uppy stand-up. Dippy VR, people check out Dippy VR because he also streams Satisfactory in VR.
I have it on record that Dippy VR is an exemplary pioneer and recommend that you check out their channel.
Inside to side. I do need to do more side turns, but my back is more stiff in the vertical, so I need to do more back and forth stretches. Yeah, people, Dippy also streams Satisfactory VR. Although an unnamed person says that he doesn't make factories that look as good as mine. Dippy makes some very large factories though, and he has fun with uranium. So yeah, drop Dippy a follow, and if you see him streaming Satisfactory, pop in and give him some love. Who could that be, Future Proof? I mean, what am I doing? I'm trying to find this supply line. This supply line, it has all the frames going up to the store in there, and we need to hijack them down here. This was fun having this logistics down here. I had read this a few times until I got it looking nice, or at least nice how I wanted it. Because we need them to go that way. Actually, through here and then down is probably the easiest. So this is a smart splitter. So let's have Annie out to the right as well. And then we will drag this over to here. Straight mode. I think I'll do it here. Will you break and popping into your stream? I looked at old saves, so unwalkable. Yes. Yeah, it's once you get the jetpack, you don't really bother with walkways and things. I am trying to be more conscious about that in this playthrough, especially in VR. You know, it's nice to say, I walked this factory floor literally. And for people who are interested, not as literally as Relax VR. Relax VR plays Satisfactory on a catwalk treadmill. He does literally walk the factory floors when his foot isn't damaged. How are you feeling, Relax? How's the old foot going? Oh, come on. There. It makes factories look so nice when you consider human space. It does, it does. Adding, you know, not having them as floating platforms and putting actual support so it looks like it's actually physically feasible, that it's actually standing upright. I mean, this is a world with a magic dimensional pocket and a magic dimensional depot. So there are certain sci-fi stretches. Am I coming out the right place? I'm not. What's going to come out the other side? Through here. That's okay, I can do that. Okay, so that's the stairs, so I can't actually remove that, so I do need to come lower down. Nope, that's 1 meter, I need 2 meters. I might need more. I mean, I could just go there, but that's not going to be turned around enough. It is better every day, that's good to hear. Ultra PT's exercise this week. Strength now than just range of motion up, that's good news. Playing Asgard's Wrath on the catwalk, ooh. That's a lot of walking as well. Magical, what's so magical about a completely hypothetical material that's seamlessly restricted? It's science. It's totally science. Magical science. This might actually be the first time I ever use a wall bracket. I don't usually use wall brackets, but this actually looks like a good spot for them. But don't keep falling off. Stop falling off. Probably don't want to hit into there unless I go up. That's it, Breaking Bad jokes. Love wall brackets. You love wall brackets, okay. Yeah, I like the ceiling ones when they added it, but these wall ones I don't use very often. Which is the input? This is the input. Good. That's probably higher. Probably there, maybe. Cool, I got a level at least. Did I? Did I get a level? No, I didn't get a level. I failed even at that. Did I do that? Did I overcompensate? That's level. Hooray. Low on magnesium. Yeah, I've been taking magnesium regularly. Years now. Because of my muscle and joint problems I have. There, that's looking a little bit more robust now. Oh, you got the powdered stuff. I don't have the patience for the powdered stuff. I should use the powdered stuff. It works better. Why did the belt stop can't be full already? That's a good question. Oh, it's not powered. There is no power to this train station. And it will not load until I have power. I could... You got a good point in that if I set it loading now, it'll be pretty much done by the time I get the rail set up, or at least it'll get ahead. So normally I'll just let the rail provide the power, but I will chuck temporary power connector here just to get it online. See, now it's loading. Yeah, these belts and lifts, they don't need power, but storage containers connected to train stations do. Now this is not emptying the container that's up there, so we still have a full container up there, but I'm just going to leave that. This will generate enough over time. Plus, if it doesn't get it on the first trip, you know, number goes up occasionally. It's good for a dopamine hit. Then again, however long it's going to take me to finish this train line, it might be done by then. Okay, so we have station loading materials. That actually ended up being neater and easier than I feared. So I'm not going to do massive decoration on this station. It's a back-ass station hiding behind another factory for now. Maybe later I'll slap some supports on it. Okay, so the question is now, I should scout out this train line path. I heard a stinger. I mean, there's also a nuclear hog, but I heard the hiss of a stinger. Maybe you went and saw the hog. Okay, so, ooh, I'm actually low on fuel. Let me top up on fuel before I run out. Just gotta come up here. Past all the hogs. And is it just up here? It's up there. This is a steep, steep line. So we might want to circle right around. And then we need to join the line going that way, because this is a one-way train line. So I'll start from the bottom first. Let's get up partway up the slope. Let's not run out of fuel over the void. That nuclear hog gonna shoot me? Ow! Okay, that's a yes. Well, there's going to be a sharp turner here. Do you mind? I think he's lost interest. That's going to be a sharp turn. If we want to continue this dead straight, then we can do that by adding a concrete pillar on the end. And then if you attach the beam to that, it will keep the direction as well. So if you attach it to here, it's going to go straight. But for some reason, if you attach it to the pillar, it will keep the same angle and everything. I might need to actually make it steeper though. Oh, is that a sulfur one? It is a sulfur one. Damn it! I hope they're all being ground ones. He's gonna shoot me. He's gonna shoot me a lot. Is he a nuclear one? No. There's uranium behind me. Fine. Actually, this is a good spot for using cluster nobelisks. See, the best way to use a rebar is don't miss. And then I missed. You ever hear jokes about the Wizard of Oz not having an Australian suit? No, not really. Now, where did that other hog remains go? Ah, who cares? It's just hog remains. Now, I think that one actually needs to be up a little higher. That was kind of placed in a bit of a panic, or at least under pressure. Yeah, got it. Oh, this is going to have to be two-way. That's going to be interesting. I think we actually had a stage play or something in Australia called Wizard of Oz that wasn't the Wizard of Oz but was Oz themed. This corner one here, I'm not sure how well it's going to go. I think it'll be fine. It just might not be the prettiest.
Incoming propaganda broadcast detected. Please seek shelter.
This will be a sharp turn around here. And look at that. It lines up pretty nicely. Actually, this was just straight, so this goes straight all the way to halfway along this one. And there's a little ball back there. He's just a poor boar from a poor biome. So this rail is obviously undecorated at the moment. It is purely a functional floating rail. Decorating it takes time. It's kind of a thing I'll probably do off stream while listening to podcasts or something. Probably should take that ad break, shouldn't I? No immediate uranium here, so let's pop down a little holiday camp home and have an ad break. See, cages, good for bad guys and good guys. I mean, things can shoot me through the window. It is possible. I could remove some of these if I'm making it more cage-like and just have more glass. Anyway, I'm going to take a short break. I will be back in a few minutes.
Look lively. It's time to do those stretches and hydrate.
Okay, we're back and we're safe. We are laying some track in the far east of the map to try and deliver some project power that we made ages ago. Excuse my chewing sounds as I eat some lollies. So this is the map. This is the grassy fields, which is the normal start zone here. Our home is actually here, and we have some factories in the blue crater. We are actually in this little nook here, right on the edge of the cliffs of the edge of the world. And we have our computer factory up that we were making in the Titan Forest up there. So we're going to get our train here to deliver everything to the space elevator there. And I reckon we can get this done tonight. So it is literally just turned 11 PM here. It is late. But I think if we can get this train track terminated up the hill a bit quickly, this one I might pull back a bit. The altitude is making it not so perpendicular there. Let's move back a little bit. So I'm sure EPR, are trucks worth using or just skip to trains? It's entirely dependent on your playstyle. I have not used trucks, automated trucks in this build, in this playthrough. The previous phase I did deliver 1 truck's worth of this frames, what are they called? Versatile framework. So I basically manually loaded a truck by hand and then drove the truck across, but I haven't used any truck automation. My previous solo playthrough, I set a personal goal of no trains, and so it was entirely truck driven and later on drone driven. So I had proper roads, styled road foundation blueprints everywhere across the countryside. And had trucks going everywhere. And it worked. They're a bit less reliable than trains, but as long as you're not relying on your nuclear power site to stay up using trucks, they can be pretty good. They are very good early game. Like you can get your steel factory at the start of the game. You can get your steel products delivered somewhere else. Less of an issue now that the dimensional depot is a thing, because usually you can just throw your steel products in the dimensional depot, because mostly you're using them for building in that early part of the game. All instructors, they need to be supplied with fuel, which isn't always convenient. Yeah, you definitely have to have some logistical considerations. But you can have, if you load a truck station with fuel, you can have trucks drive through that truck station and they will automatically refuel even if they don't stop. So as long as you've got a fuel station periodically around the place, they don't have to stop off and deliver parts to refuel. They can just grab some fuel on the way past. But the way I did it, I had a truck depot, which had all the trucks would go into the one spot, and all the stations in that truck depot all had refueling points. So any truck going there, and then if it was driving off into the countryside, no matter how far it was going, it usually had enough fuel to get back where it came from. Now this is where it's going to get a bit more hairy, based on whether I got the angles of these two right and whether they're actually right for being able to hook up to the rest of the train line. Albert Boy, hey, 11 people watching. Is that on YouTube? Cool. I can't easily see the number of people watching on YouTube. Thank you. Welcome, welcome. How are you? It's been a pretty interesting stream. We've had a lot of Twitch activity going on with some very generous people. Experts as a turnip, I find these raw meat fungus concerning. I mean, it might need to blow up these trees. I think these trees are not going to survive. Okay, so if I build to there, how terribly out of alignment is this? That is actually not too bad. I think that's actually an acceptable height difference. Now, can I just whack this on somewhere? Probably not. Ooh. It's a little low. I need to have a height extension coming out here to just raise this a little bit this way. Now, how do I do that? Oh, that's not where it's supposed to go. So it's to there, but that's down there. So if I bring this up to here, ooh, that's a little bit of a raise. I don't like it quite that. It's a bit humpy. Needed to get down lower. What did the seven say to the lying ferry while he was taking a bath? Ah! Apparently you don't trip with clip with trains. I don't think he screamed though, did he? What did the servant say to the lying pharaoh while he was taking a bath? Oh, you're in denial. Yeah. You know it's too late at night, right? I would usually get a denial joke. I'm full of denial myself. This is going to be fun to figure out the signaling for. And that probably should come more straight than it is. I mean, it's not bad. Train parked to the new station is now holding the signal. Ah, yes, you're right. It would be holding the signal. Thank you for that warning. Ah, Cairo. Ah, ha, ha. Sorry. It is the tired part of the evening. It's still a little humpy. I need to make that slightly lower. But let's leave it like that for now, and let's whack some signals on. So I'm going to at least want a stop signal afterwards so that the track ahead is clear. And a stop signal this way so we know the track behind is clear. Down here we'd probably want one going both ways. And I think that's all. Yes, chiropractor, but also Cairo, the place in Egypt. Okay, so we actually have this as a connection point of where this intersection was. So we can take something from here and stretch it down this way. So that it is slopey but not too slopey. It's actually humpier. Come on. Late night aim is not correct. Too low. Better. Let's try that. Now we're not trying to line it up with the beam. That beam is solely for a vertical angle down, and it's probably not across enough. So what we need is to stick one of these. You know what? That'll do. I don't actually know that's not, because that's not level. These are still the hardest part of train tracks, is how do you get a smooth T-piece off. See, that's too low almost. It's not too bad. It actually needs to be across a bit more. Yeah, this needs to be up higher. If that's a two-way rail, then putting those signals there anywhere along the length will cause deadlock. Putting a signal on the branch would be safe. So the 2 that way should mean that only 1 train can be on that line at a time. So this is a busy line. So it should go down there, and once it's on that block, this should flow freely, and then it should come back up this way. We used to just make a few T-junction blueprints at different angles. The problem with making T-junction train tracks is they would be flat. And the whole point of this rail style is that nothing is symmetrical or flat. This rail along here is not flat, so if I did a blueprint of a T-junction here, it would have to flatten out, have the T-junction, and then angle up again, whereas I'm trying to do a T-junction at a slight incline, which is what makes it tricky. It just takes a bit of experimentation, like as you can see here. I think that result is pretty good. The level difference here is acceptable. And this line here is fairly smooth without too much of a hump one way or another. Yeah, this way down here is 2-way, but do I need stops here going both ways this way? I think that's all I need. Like this, if I copy a signal. You know, this triangle here, if there's any train on any segment here, that will stop any other train. But once there's a train beyond that point, this is allowing trains past, which you can see there now. There's no crossovers, so we don't need a path signal. Block signals are all we need here. I could put block signals, you know, here and there, but I don't know if they're needed or not, and I'm going to experiment and see what happens. The existing line is a 1-way line that goes that way. So that is the main line that goes around my entire area. This is a single track that comes down to the factory here that we are loading up with stuff. So technically, we should be able to now send these off to the factory, to the elevator, and it should work. As I said, I've not really done a push-pull 1-way station like this before. So this is a bit of an experiment. Press question mark to dock. Oh, I don't have a hint for that. Should say down here though. I think it's A to dock. There you go. That's interesting. That tooltip did not have the right button icon. Hey, I found a bug. It's been a while since I found one of those missing. Come on, count what I've got to delete. I haven't actually told it what to put in there. 762? 762. Cool. Menu. I'm going to be really boring because it's late at night. This is the frame train, which is going to totally conflict later on when we have other frames in other trains. Actually, I can edit the timetable from here. Oops, too late. So we are going from this station that I haven't renamed, and we are going to Space Elevator, eeny, meeny, miny. Doesn't really matter. East. We are loading versatile frames. Where are they? STU, there they are, versatile frames. We are unloading nothing. We can probably wait here for, it could be I'd say 5 minutes, but we'll skip the timer when we test it. Then at Space Elevator East, we will load nothing and we will unload the style frames. And there we will only wait 30 seconds because we don't want to hang out at the elevator too long, otherwise we're going to block for other trains coming. Save changes, turn on self-driving. So let's see if it works. Choo choo, mother bleep. Actually, now it's going to wait here for 5 minutes. So let's go cancel docking. Now we get to see if it gets up the hill or not. Yeah, it's fine. And that train's waiting. Yay! It's very misty through there, or very foggy. So now we should take this route because that'll bypass going all the way past the computer tech factory. It'll cut through the middle here. Again, I haven't actually put any support architecture on this rail. This was dangerous enough to do as is because there were some pretty nasty stingers and hogs and things through that path. Now, I think I set up the auto sort correctly. Okay, either station is fine. So it's more just a case of balancing how many trains are dropping off how often at each station to reduce congestion. It still gets all sorted to the same place. This is only going to wait 30 seconds, so I'm going to actually just trust that it will sort correctly. So I'm pretty sure I set it up already for this phase. So that will get split, sent to the elevator and filtered, and it'll bypass, actually it won't even go past the storage containers. Project items, if I programmed it right, go via the programmable splitter and straight into the project sorting line. So this will bypass the blue crater, it should go this way. It's actually not that big a route. Train lines make it feel short. I mean, I could have wrapped a train line around there. That would have reduced having to come up so high, but it turned out okay. Okay, so now we should switch that way. Yes! Woohoo! Success! Now, the trick is, will it go backwards the other way? Bottled liquids? I haven't really done too much. I haven't bothered with packaging of liquids. I don't tend to transport liquids. I tend to make the liquids where I need them, at least in other playthroughs. I haven't really got to the point where I have liquids transported here. I have transported nitrogen gas before, and I just used a fluid container train for that. But the problem with packaging it and unpackaging it is you need a lot of packages and a lot of unpackages. And then you need a way of getting your empty packages returned to the start. And it just seems like too much overhead, too much power use overhead, when you can just stick a second train card on to get the same throughput. Okay, so theoretically, it shouldn't matter which engine I'm in, right? I should be able to stay in this one. So if I now go... It's doing an awful lot of grunting back there. This is docking. Now I should be able to turn around. Turn around. Looking promising so far. For anyone who's wondering what Albert Du Bois is talking about, it's... Why is it? Oh, there's a train ahead that's blocking it. It is more efficient for most fluids to package, space-wise, to package the fluids and put them in a solids train carriage than it is to use the liquid train carriage. The liquid train carriage is about half as efficient space-wise, but you then need to deal with the whole process of packaging the fluid, putting it in, and at the other end you have to unpackage it, which when you're talking about obscenely high throughputs where you need that kind of space efficiency, you need a lot of packages to deal with the packaging and the unpackaging. And because you have a container, you need to either sink the container and write off the cost, or you need to somehow load the containers into a train cart and return them back again. So it's always seemed too much effort for me rather than just make your train longer and put extra fluid cards or cars on. Ooh, we've actually got a pause here. I need to put more stops in the ring road. They've been very lax. Like, there's no train stops along here. It's just one big segment after this stop. Now, the exception, which I can't remember if I've actually done it, is using drones, because drones are a one-way loop back and forth with an input and an output, and they don't do fluids. But if you package your drone, you can have the same drone return the empty packages from where it came from. Also, so the theory goes, I haven't tried that myself. I haven't gone too over the top with drones in past saves. This is looking successful, actually. Oh look, whoa, I've sunk 475. I thought there was 700 in that first one. That sounds like I've got a splitter problem. Only 12, because it only made 12 in that time. Or maybe it's just exporting other ones still. No, there goes the 12. Chase them. Okay, so they're split onto 2 belts. Okay, this is going to be held back because we've got a dump from the computer factory by the looks of it, and a dump from the basics factory. So yeah, we have a bit of a glut here because we've had 3 trains come through in rapid succession, it looks like. But all of these 4 programmable splitters here, which I'm going to go in the water, aren't I? Versatile framework. I'm totally going to go in the water. Come on, let me interact, please. Come on. Versatile framework. Versatile framework. versatile frameworks. So all versatile frameworks should come through here, and they should all get merged into 2 lines. Actually, 1 line, because it's project parts, and it doesn't matter. Oh, they should have all of them come through then. Unless I've stuffed up belt speeds. Oh, I've stuffed up belt speeds. Okay, because this is a Mark IV, and this is a Mark III. Half of them will get dumped. Which means these actually, it's any undefined. Okay, good. Any undefined means it won't dump stuff. First time chat from viewer. Hextra Fresh. Hello, welcome. Very prone to getting jammed, but it can work. Although the drone round loop, yeah. What's Dippy? I transport nitrogen with drones. It works, but it locked itself up once because I put in too many empty bottles. Okay. A blackout once because I put not enough bottles. Yeah. It can be tricky to balance. Okay, so I think I've lost some of the frames. We had 700 in the first, and I think because we had a Mark IV going into a Mark III lift, we lost a bunch going through to the sink. I'm going to wait for one more loop. Maybe, actually, you know, I just should make it all Mark IV, shouldn't I? It's safer. I should change off this color before everything turns cream colored. Although it is kind of a welcome change after having everything be so blue all the time. Blue and white. Oh, sploosh. Let's just make sure these are also Mark IV. I think I wanted these slower so you could actually see the parts going up. Whereas Mark IV, they're going to be a bit zippy. Maybe I should put a buffer. If I want them to be slow and more picturesque, I should probably put a buffer between the programmable splitters and the project part sorters. Yeah, I'm planning on doing nuclear, and I've not done nuclear before, and I will trust trains on an isolated loop. I will not trust trucks. I don't know if I would trust drones with a nuclear supply. Drones have been a bit buggy, like sometimes they will just stop flying in certain updates. It's not all the time, but there have been a couple of updates that have broken drones. Now, where's the... I can hear a train. That's the rubber train going past. Home delivery. Up here, Silicon Express. That's the plastic delivery. So it'll be in here. So the frame train there is the one that will be deliver parts. I mean, it doesn't really matter. Now that we've got them ticking away, they can tick. And they will just slowly deliver over time. And we've at least shown that the push-pull train, the two-way train, is actually working properly as expected, which is nice. Use a drone for uranium. It runs on uranium fuel rods. No problem so far. Everything is no problem so far until you have a problem. Anyone who's done risk mitigation and disaster recovery, it's like you over prepare so that you don't have a problem. You It's the fact that you haven't had a problem doesn't mean that one won't occur. Let's go flying along the tracks and put some more signals down while we're waiting for that train to go through. Spicy drones. You're running them on uranium fuel rods. I mean, yes, they will last a long time. Just trying to see up ahead how close that signal is. Okay, it's there. Let's put it just before the curve. B-Merc, good evening. How are you? How are you? Welcome. I'm going to start by having the stations moderately spread out. I don't want to have them too compacted. Sidestep. Everything in your nuclear fuel production is independent of other factories and transport. I have an offline banks of fully charged batteries in case I need to reboot it. Ah, yes, yes, I do. I do plan to have a. Well, I'm going to have a separate power grid for transport and based on the geothermal generators and batteries, so that if I lose the nuclear power, I should still have power and batteries for getting around as well as bootstrapping it. That's the plan. Okay, do I want another one along here? I don't think it's necessary. I might want to put a couple along this route, just in case, now that we've got more than one train coming through here. That way it's not going to wait too long. I'm being very unscientific in my my train stop placements. I suspect it would be better to have them at specific common intervals so that if a train is staggered, it is staggered evenly. But I'm just whacking it down anyway. This is free roll and free form train design here. Let's put one in here. Now we're back to the station, so let's head across country and go work our way back up past the plastics factory. Where's that train line gone? Must have put that crossrail at a really good narrow point for joining it up. It's a lot girthier over this side. I think it's down in this valley here. See, I've done all the supports and infrastructure along here. Now, even with blueprints, it is quite time consuming because none of it is level. I mean, this is a long stretch, but I don't think that's too bad. I'm happy with that one. Ow. My hand is getting a little cramped from constantly jetpacking. So for those who have joined somewhat recently, the first large chunk of the stream, we were doing more upgrades on the computer factory here. So our train station is now looking a bit more featured. And our crystal oscillator factory now has an upper floor area, and it even has a roof on top, although we will need to rip the roof off when we want to make it higher. So this factory is not 100% complete. The circuit board factory at the back is still a bit ho-hum and is missing a back wall. But this is now looking a lot more like factories. So I'm pretty happy with it. And I think next stream we will actually start to work on the next factory. Just remember they promised a 1.2 announcement today. Yes, is it out yet? Like it's due out. I would have thought it would actually be out by now. It's usually out around 11 p.m., 12 p.m. our time, which is gone. So I would have thought it would already be. I checked at dinner time. Actually, I'm going to stand up again. I've been slack and sitting on a stool for a bit. But it is very late and I am going to wrap up soon. Let me just recenter my view. There we go. So once I've done this loop and putting the signals down, I think I will need to stop. If just to give my jetpack hand a rest. On the right side. Oh, there's bees in here. Damn it, I forgot about that. I'm usually in a train. Pro tip, if you crouch, they don't hate you. You can sneak up on them. Even if you're flying through the air with a jetpack, you crouch and they will ignore you. On YouTube, Coffee Stain new video March 17th on experimental branch. Okay, so that's not a release date. That's did not know about the yes. As long as you're holding crouch, even if you're jetpacking, as long as you're holding crouch, the flying crabs will not aggro on you. Oh crap! There's a nuclear hog here. I forgot about stuff through here. And then there's the poison spiders and the little spiders. Yeah. I'm already expecting the real ones to jump at me. It's not a jump scare if there's real ones there. And the alpha hog's ignoring me. Look, I'm just going to dash through. What's the worst that can happen? Actually, I don't need any more. I'm going to leave it there. We don't need a train to stop on there. I wonder if they can follow me all the way to the alpha hogs. Oh, they've already fallen back. Hit aerial sneaking mines. Been orb and sloop hunting since I needed to. Ah, cool. I haven't been paying attention to project part delivery. 631. It's gone up a bit, and I think because it only delivered 12 that other time, but we didn't give it the 5-minute wait, so yeah, it'll go up over time. Okay. Yes, it is nearly midnight. Oh, break that back. So I'm going to check in on the doggos, and then we will look at rating out for those who are on Twitch. This has been a pretty good stream. Thank you very much for those who have supported with subscriptions and gifted subs. Probably got half a stack in your pocket. Do I? Oh, did I delete something? Nope. No frames in my pockets. Ooh, aluminium. We will be building that after we finish the other project parts. Lassie's got status. Snowy. Jimmy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, got 3 more. Scratch. 2 rebars.
I admire your optimism. Relax, enjoy life, but you only get a participation award this time round. Hibiki Ryuga was the winner. In fact, you were in position 22. Better luck next time.
George, ooh, high-speed connectors. Next phase, we're going to make those, George. Thank you for the donation. Stick the first in there at the end, lol. Enjoy your bean, Pat. We're dropping off higher end parts that we can't quite make yet in here. Oh look, I got 22 in there. Okay, so I had a few. That's only 22 though. I was just completely blind and missed them previously, apparently. Let's just chuck stuff in the recycle bin. And let's chuck some of these through again. That way they'll get turned into the next level of biofuel, including liquid. Actually stack them differently. Right, cool. That was a productive stream. That will be, I think, the last time we're working on the computer factory for a bit. We're going to take a break and work on some other projects. We do need to increase our plastic and rubber supply at some stage, but probably not next stream. I think I might actually do some munitions next time. I also need to do a train station for the steel factory, so the initial munitions and steel area, so we might be visiting the Blue Crater next stream. I don't know if I'm streaming tomorrow night or not. I'll see how I feel and see what I'm motivated with. I might stream something other than Satisfactory, perhaps, maybe, who knows. I certainly don't know at this stage. Let me save the game. You know, I'm going to call this frame train as well. Even though it was something we sort of did at the end in a bit of spare time, it was probably the most productive part. I mean, making a factory look pretty is productive, okay. But now we're actually getting project parts delivered for phase 3 for the first time. We're making progress. Thank you very much to Experts for hanging out, and thank you for all your support. Hope to see you again sometime. Where's my outro screen? There we go. Yes, it did actually save. Did it actually save? Yes, it did actually save. As a plant, you never know when to see you pop up through the concrete. Cool. No good, Nick. Hi and bye. Bye. So, yes, good night, all you YouTube people. I will stop the YouTube stream now. And Satisfactory people, you're all Satisfactory people. Twitch people, I'll see if there's someone to raid out to. Hang on, let me snooze the ads, because they're about to kick in. Nice. Thank you, and good night.